Let's go, baby! Bomb arrows to the rescue. Ha! Ah! No! Oh, that assist, baby! No! Don't touch him. No! You... What did I do? That's an accident. Freaking Vito. I got the triple collapse! Oh! Ah! Oh, Dinell, go to the fire thing. It teleports us.
I want my money back.
I trusted you! Trombone. This one is trombone. Yo, I got it! Yes! Let's go! Yeah! 24 hours done. 24 hours finished. Oh, time to beat. 23 hours, 28 minutes. Oh my god! We did it! We did it! Oh my god! I couldn't have done it without you guys.
What the fuck up? Holy shit!
Wait, it went through? I gave him 50 bucks. Blue. Yo. You said blue. So, why is the music so loud? Oh my god. What's up? Oh my god. I'm getting so pissed off today. I think my computer, the ports, my USB ports are fucked. But what's up, Dinell, Jockter, and Trisket? Give me the rage, yell in my ear. Nah, I'm actually kind of pissed off. Nah, I'm not playing Minecraft right now. What's up, Timmy? I'm feeling a bit like shit. I spent like 3 hours troubleshooting something that didn't even end up working. And then I got tired and fell asleep for 20 minutes. What's up, guys? If anyone wants to play, just add me. This is my thing, epic shit. And I'll be on the Discord if some people want to chat. I'll be under the streamer Discord channel. Oh, let's see. I don't know if Jared, I don't know if you have it. What happened with my voice again? Did I get sick? You're hopping on? Alright, cool. I'll wait for some peeps to pop in. You guys could put music that you guys want to. Getting on now? Same? Alright, cool. Right inside, feel a breeze flow by you. I'm getting you high. Everything will be alright then. Just oh yeah, you already have the streamer role on this server, so. Yep. If anyone wants to join Discord. Oh my god, I was trying to fix stuff and nothing was working. Why is the music? Is the music louder than usual, guys? It looks louder. Whatever, I lowered it a bit. Your my USB ports are like I don't know, they're not working. Like half the time my mouse won't work or my microphone gets like fucked up. And my Elgato doesn't work, probably because the USB ports don't work. I changed the cables, I did so many different things. Oh, so I don't know. Sounds fine. All right, thank you. I have the same problem. There's no fix. I have a splitter, and I have like so many USB ports, and none of them are working well. It's so frustrating. But it's okay because I'm streaming now, so I'm happy. That's how that works. Why is my voice like dead? Oh my god. I came back from the wedding 2 days ago. For those that don't know, I went to my first cousin's wedding. And my brother is sick now, my aunt is sick, and my grandpa is sick. And now my voice sounds like shit, so I don't know what's going on. My PC is the same as always, I don't know. My voice is like... Yeah, being sick for a subathon wouldn't be any fun. I don't know. I don't think it's COVID though, no. Thankfully. But I mean, who knows at this point, bro? I don't know anymore. No, I don't think it's COVID. What's up? My brother has fever and like has something else, but I don't know. I'm staying away just in case, but I sent you an invite, gamer. Go get tested? I'm not gonna go anywhere. I'm gonna sit at home all day. What's the difference? I'm sitting at home all day anyway. Why is the music so loud in my ears? Why does it feel like everything just got fucked up today? Hello? Yo. What's up? Nah, it's... I don't know. It just sounds like... It just seems like everything's messed up. Okay, anyway. Are you gonna play now or you're gonna play later? Gerardo. Anyway. Sounds like COVID? Bro. Maybe. What's up? Yo. That is Jared. Wait, you guys aren't even coming through on this, bro. I swear to God, I'm getting so pissed off today. I mean, not this on OBS. No, they can't hear you. I could hear you guys. They can't hear you. Today's so annoying. I hate troubleshooting shit that should be working. It's so frustrating. It feels like a waste of time. I don't get it. Why? Why isn't it working? Oh, my bad, random. My bad. How you doing, though? Everyone uses a different gamer tag. I get confused sometimes. My bad. But welcome. There's a new game mode. We played the new game mode yesterday, unless that wasn't new. But let me figure out a way so you guys could hear them. And the music is like... I like want to punch a wall. I considered not even streaming because I'm so like annoyed. But I'm here. Yep. All right. Okay. Wait, can you guys keep talking?
Okay.
Oh,
So
okay,
today-
okay. Okay, you're there. Okay. I had to like re-put you on OBS for some reason. Now I look like an albino. I have to fix the lighting.
You don't look albino. You look white.
Bro, now I look blue. I don't get it, bro. I don't.
You look blue? What?
Look purple to me, bro.
My background is this is so annoying.
Yeah.
Try yellow.
Yeah, it's okay.
Nice and scuffed tonight.
I am. All right, see you random. We're missing. Wait, I'm confused. Who am I? Dinelle invited you. I'm not. No, I'm inviting you.
Sorry. I thought I could just join you by accident.
It's okay. What's up, Jadeb Jamari? I'm blue. You guys could request that song if you want.
We need an invite. Da 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 da.
Oh, you're playing too?
Yes, I said I was getting on.
Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, one of you guys have to leave.
Big dumb.
Sumimasen. Who wants to leave? Because Jared has to join. And
Who's here the longest?
we talked about it before starting stream, so I'm sorry guys. One of you have to leave. We could do this the easy way or the hard way. The easy way is one of you guys is nice and just leaves. The hard way is okay, thank you.
Wait, could be someone leave.
Yeah.
I was gonna leave, but
No, Danelle, you're not allowed to leave.
Thank you, Timmy. I have such a loving community.
Little sweethearts.
Thank you,
yo,
but don't worry. We're gonna rotate people, so you'll be able to join later.
wow.
So fucking
Jimmy just puts on the song and leaves.
I'll leave. No, welcome, Churro.
If you
No,
get
come
enough
back-
people, you can
come
do
back,
more custom
Churro.
games.
I don't think we have enough. Let's do one squads, and then I'll put a... Oh, survival of the
Yeah.
fittest is the new thing, yeah. Let's just do squads for now, and then... Doctor, can you put a poll to see how many people would be down for customs, if you're still here?
I don't think we even have enough people watching.
We always
Apologies,
have enough
apologies.
people watching, okay?
Apologies. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
The stream just began.
I was
Ready
just
up?
joking,
Sorry.
bro.
You're.
How you doing, Chudo? How you doing, Gerardo?
I'm getting water. Hang on.
Okay. Sorry, what do you want? If it's okay, can you just run a poll to see how many people would be down for customs?
We would need to put that in the title so we can get people to come in here for that.
I said come join me or something, but yeah.
Should we ping the Discord? Don't play
If you want. Or I guess
No,
yeah,
if you want.
I don't mind
It's up
either
to
way.
you.
You're
I just want to play games. I don't really want to wait for customs.
All right. What am I doing? What are you doing, step bro? Chilling.
Yeah,
Nice.
Definitely just customs if we get enough people, but don't wait for it.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, ping. I'm
It's
saying
annoying when
get
we're
your-
like at 9 people, 8 people.
And then someone, oh god,
Yeah, that's
because the game's just so fucking unstable now that people just end up dropping out because their shit crashed.
what would be cool is if we had like 20 people, right? So if because what's max for customs? It must be pretty high, right?
How
60.
fucking stupid their logic is. They have a max cap of 60 and a minimum of 10 for a private fucking lobby.
That is pretty dumb. I wonder why they did that.
Because they're dumb. It's the same reason that, like, if you try and do custom games, I wanted to just do hexagon trials nonstop. They only have the gravity variant.
Oh, they should allow you to pick any map for customs.
Yeah, no, they should let you literally select your own fucking show lineup.
Yeah,
and
that
they
would be
just-
so cool. Whatever. Maybe they'll do it eventually. Whoa! Since
Big
when is there
fucking dumb.
water here? I don't remember that being a thing.
It's a
There's
first.
a variant on this map. I'm so bad.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Oh my god.
Spoke. I'm so much better, is what I meant to say.
You're
There
good,
we
you're
got second.
good. Alright.
Why isn't Timmy in
Yeah,
here? Oh,
I'm
yeah.
blue dabu dee dabu da, baby. I just dragged you in. What's up?
I was enjoying. I was hoping for some Timmy action because
Timmy is here.
it was fun. Yeah,
Hello.
but in the game.
Oh.
Oh, is he talking?
Yeah, hello.
Yo, Timmy.
You're like,
Yesterday
yes,
was so much
stupid.
fun with Jimmy and Timmy.
Yeah.
Jimmy Timmy Power Hour.
Bars.
I think I think Timmy's too young to understand that.
Power hour.
Yeah,
Power
you know
Hour.
where Jimmy Neutron and Timmy Turner like swapped shows.
No.
No?
You never saw that?
No, I don't care.
You're a
It was
dick.
like
I
a
saw
big
that. I
mo-
just don't remember it.
Wait,
It was
th-
it was
4
really
people
good.
said yes to customs. We have enough for a lobby. I'm just joking. Let's see. We got Joctor possibly. Everyone that's playing right now.
I know Amanda.
Gamer,
I know
Chi.
us four.
That's like 8. We have like 8 people.
Yeah, we would need like 2 randoms.
Excuse
Fucking
me.
Coming here.
dumb. I need to do my private lobby of 5 so I can fucking destroy my friends.
Unless Jared
True.
can like ping the Discord and like send
Oh, yeah,
people
true.
over here that want to play.
True, true, true. I have a little sweaty cousin who might get on.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, I'll just drop your I'll drop
No.
your shit and everything in there.
I
Also,
feel
Jimmy
like
might come.
customs is you DC'd. Oh, that sucks. I feel like customs are best when you have like 15 people. In case people DC, you could just keep going. You know.
When you're on the 10 threshold and someone ends up having to like
Yeah.
Leave
bail
or
out,
something
you just-
happens.
alright.
Yeah.
It's so dumb. It's just
Mhm.
it doesn't make sense. Make it make sense, media. What the fuck are they? Mediatonic? I almost said Mediaite.
All right, you guys are right. I'm gonna put in the title. Come
Custom
join
lobbies
for
later.
custom. All right. Custom lobbies soon.
We're live on TikTok, so yeah, a bunch of people.
Live on TikTok. Why would I put that in my title?
No, I mean like
Nah, I'm
actually go
joking, I'm
live on
joking.
TikTok.
Does that actually
Oh,
work?
true.
Yes.
Oh, why are you yelling at me? Damn, you're such a teenager. Fall
Timmy, you do
Guys
it. You
Customs?
know the young stuff. You're young. You're hip.
I can't go live on TikTok. I don't have followers, man.
And you think I do? All right,
Dude,
let me do it.
Yeah.
I don't. I don't have enough actually either. Should I up my
Maybe-
TikTok game?
Maybe if you go live on TikTok,
I can't.
you'll gain more followers.
I can't. I'm blue.
Just show
abu dee,
boobies.
abu da. The song is so low, but I hear it, so it's okay. I would
Just
show
some
boobies.
cleavage, and then like go
Cleavage.
live.
Bro, TikTok is even more strict than like Twitch.
I've seen a girl
Oh,
get
what?
railed on fucking TikTok. Like, I
She's
don't think
probably
so.
banned right now. Okay, I had in
Probably
my
is.
I had like I don't remember. I said shit or I said something stupid in my video.
You said free Taiwan and they fucking shut you down real quick.
Yeah, yeah.
No, no. God, oh,
You were first. It's okay. We'll avenge you, gamer. Oh yeah. Gamer is playing with us. Trisket, your arch nemesis.
I'm fucking vibing up here.
arch nemesis.
Wait, who died?
Someone weak, I guess.
You died.
I died.
Oh,
I was right.
it looks
we
like
ain't
you're gonna
qualified.
get.
This week,
okay.
Looks like you're
this
getting
week
banned.
playing-
Oh my god, thank
Fine.
you for the
Wait, how are
one
we in
bet.
7th? We have 2 teammates still on.
What's up,
Daddy
bro?
Frog.
It's because we only have 2 team. One teammate.
It's
On.
because Gamer
We
lost
should
his
have the
internet.
most
Wait,
points.
wait, we're 7th? Oh, we're 6th, yeah.
This doesn't make sense.
How you doing, Daddy?
me!
Frog?
Holy shit! You barely. Oh,
Oh,
oh!
My little bus. No, I'm it. But damn it.
that was a
I
good
thought
try.
I-
That was a good try.
Aw, we
I
were
got
so
us to
close.
5th place, and we still fucking got. All right, cool. Sweet.
KK, Timmy, KK. You know, if you say KK, it's okay, but if you add one more K, it's not okay. Why is that?
I hate you.
Oh, I'm sorry. My PS4 gets confused because I have 3 wives. Oh, cool. It happens to me all the time. Okay, and then 3 Wi-Fi's.
My
That
TV.
makes more sense.
Mom, grandma.
Thank you for having the same username. Even I say it as I have a different username. So how is everyone
So you-
doing? I'm doing better now because y'all are chill, so that made me feel better.
Yesterday we were going through it. We were talking deep.
Oh yeah, that happens
After, like-
sometimes.
After that was going on for a while. We raided and we continued the deep talk.
Oh yeah, that was fun. Yeah, bro, that guy lives really nearby to me. Like he lives really near me. There's a guy, for those that
Yeah.
don't know, we raided someone yesterday that lives like, well, I don't,
2
I don't want-
blocks away from you.
not 2 blocks, but pretty close. Like I could bike there and get there in like 15 minutes.
Jesus.
So that's pretty crazy. And he went to the same college as I did. And he's Chinese. Okay, that one doesn't make sense, but
Okay.
I'm not Chinese, but everything else. And he had someone in chat who
That
was
went to the same project.
that lives in Japan and is doing the same program that I did teaching in Japan. Isn't that crazy?
Small world, man.
Yeah. And he's Chinese,
It
yeah.
is. How did you know
Oh.
him? Have you raided him before?
Yeah, Aqua told me to rate him before. I rated him before. I knew he went to the same school I did. I knew he lived in New York. I didn't know he lived that close.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I
He's-
was like, you already knew him. How did you?
Yeah, he's mad chill. I didn't know he lived that near.
Yeah,
Oh no.
What?
that's insane. You should come by when we're doing Gartic. He's like a really cool dude. I like him. He was like
Yeah, he's mad chill.
chill AF. Chill for real.
Argus Booba.
He's got a soothing voice too.
Aqua knows all the chill streamers, that's why.
The
Yeah.
whole.
That's why she
Oh.
followed me.
No, I'm dead.
Are you 5Ming?
No.
Oh. What are you doing? Fall guying?
Yes, I got the last round. I just died.
Hopefully we
Nice.
can get 10 people so we can get you in. Timmy is cracked.
Gamer is probably the most cracked out of us, let's be honest.
Yeah, I guess.
Nah, bro. Ping pong's the most cracked.
That's true.
True. Have you seen Doctor play? He's pretty good too. Gamer though.
Am
He's
I
alright.
allowed in the VC? No. You're not even a real doctor. Get your PhD and then you'll be allowed in. Yeah, you're allowed in the
Get
VC.
wrecked.
Oh, are you waiting on the call? Oh, I'm sorry.
I think he is.
If anyone is waiting to join because this is a private VC,
No.
then just let me
You
know.
don't let your moderator in?
No.
Wow.
That's mean.
I mean,
Do you still use that box jump?
the box jump? What is
Oh.
that?
Yeah.
What is
The yellow box you jump on.
You can
Yeah, I
vault
use
over
that
the wall.
sometimes, yeah. Oh, are you watching? Is that why?
Yes.
Bro, I play this game so autonomous. Is that the right word? Without
don't know.
thinking that I don't know what's going on half the time.
It's like Mario Kart.
Oh my! I'm playing. Bro, you're making me nervous,
Oh.
Timmy.
Yeah.
Okay, we're doing
Jimmy.
good. Thanks for the follow, Garrett Mo. 3, 2, 1. Ah! We're trying to get enough people for customs. We have like 8 people right now, I think.
Yeah, we have 8
We got
people.
9 people
ready.
watching.
Wait, really? Oh,
Yeah.
that's because half of you guys aren't watching. Where did
I'm
Jared
not
go?
watching.
Where did?
Jared's there.
Oh, I just
You
don't
already
hear him.
finished.
Why is?
I think he's
He's
doing
muted.
Discord.
Oh, okay, okay. I just want to make sure it's not on my side. There's a wild Joctor in call. Yeah, so we have Joctor Timmy.
Bruh, this shit is brain dead.
Bro, I'm telling. Maybe it's. I can't speak
Discord.
English. Discord, thank you.
Discord and Epic are just absolutely not co-compatible right now. I told you, yeah, welcome in, Garrett. Hi,
you're-
that's my cousin.
Oh.
I want to see you get sweaty, you little fuck.
The cooler. I don't know.
The
The cooler Jared.
The cooler Jared.
Wow.
Is that
Yeah,
true?
fuck, just drag him in VC. Fuck it.
All right. He has to join the Discordo. Here's the Discordo if you want to join and talk.
No F slurs.
Bro, I'm faster than my mods.
Like fudge.
Yeah. You can't say the F slur, the N slur.
You can't say fudge.
You can't say
nuggies.
Jew.
You can't say Jew.
Yeah. Hey.
Hey, you can't say that. Only
Yeah.
he can.
Yeah,
What's up,
Dinell, what
Hard
the
J,
hell?
brother?
Dinell,
We
hard
didn't
J.
qualify. What the fuck?
Oh, I thought
did
we
we not?
did.
Brother.
Bozos.
Oh my God.
I don't know.
Bozos.
We should have qualified.
You guys
What is
suck.
happening right now? I'm literally an anchor.
You guys.
Anchorman? I've seen
Ah.
that movie. You know what we suck on though?
Don't.
Each other. Oh, sorry.
Come on, bro.
I'm
Not
sorry.
live. We're supposed to. It was a secret. It was between all of
Putting
us.
this on blast.
I'm sorry. Why do I look so blue?
You don't look blue. You look.
He does
Yellow.
look blue.
I look blue.
Yeah,
You look-
blue.
Oh.
It doesn't help that you're wearing a blue shirt.
Change shirt, bro. Get like a.
Is
You want
that
me
blue
to
or
s-
is that gray?
You want me to strip on-
Smurf.
Bro, now look at me. Jesus. Oh. I pressed the button
You
and it went away. Okay.
Now you're a ghost.
No, you're white.
Now I'm good. Now I'm good. The delay. I'm good now. See? Boom.
And then
I am a bit white though.
game-
Bro, people probably think I'm white. I'm brown, okay? Not that
I thought you were white.
I thought you were blue.
fair.
Yo, we gotta start a Minecraft server, bro.
Dude.
What do you mean? We're gonna.
Yo, Doctor out here just dropping
What do you
the
mean,
S
shut up?
slur like nothing.
Doctor.
Shit. Delete the message. Someone.
Jesus Christ. Fucking chill out, brother.
Impossible.
I'm the only one that could
Calm
delete
down.
it. Damn it. Oh, I have my birth certificate right there.
That's their word.
On the wall.
Not on the
Framed.
wall, but it's a pillow. They gave us a pillow, and it has like. Well, that's not my birth. It has my.
I have a teddy bear like that.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
did you ever
okay.
practice on the teddy bear?
Oh my god, bro.
I'm sorry. I'm
Practice.
sorry.
Practice
Yeah.
what, huh?
Practice reading your birth certificate to make sure that you weren't adopted. You know, nothing
No,
wrong
oh.
with being adopted. Yo, Chudo got first.
Wait, no one got the first?
Yeah, no one did it.
I was gonna get it. I forgot.
That's hilarious.
I was gonna
Maybe
do
you
it.
had
and
that.
got
I literally
someone
was gonna
already
go
got
into
it.
your chat earlier just to troll around and be a dickhead and didn't know that existed.
Yeah. Ah!
I hate this map.
I
hate
thought
this
you
map.
was a ping pong ball. I am a ping ball. What does that mean? Oh yeah, I'm not a human. I'm a ping ball.
He's a bing bong bastard, actually.
You know, I am kind of a bastard.
Oh my god.
I wasn't. My parents didn't get married until a few years ago.
How's it feel knowing your whole family's going to hell?
Pretty cool.
Well, you don't
Right?
believe in
Like
hell,
that.
do you?
I don't know.
Do Jews believe in hell? I mean,
I always
Jewish
forget. I think so.
Nell dropping the hard J.
Hard J
Hard,
right in front of me.
Yeah, actually.
dude, when Aqua said J team yesterday in the other stream, I thought she meant Jew team. I was like, I'm not a Jew. And she explained Japan, and I was
Bro,
like,
no one is a
Jay
Jew
Army,
here.
Jimmy represent.
There's no Jews in chat except me and
Where's
my
your Jew
sister.
community? Jews don't support Jews, I guess.
J Chad.
Snip gang, rise up.
J Swipe. Do you guys know J Swipe?
No.
Oh, it's a dating app for Jews. How do you not
You're
know?
lying.
I swear
J
to
date?
God.
No, you're.
No, my
You're
cousin
lying.
my cousin just got married to a girl he met on J Swipe.
Get
I'm
on there,
looking this
bro. Get
I didn't know
on there.
Nah,
I
bro.
know J date.
J bait?
wanna-
No, that's masturbation. Wait. Isn't there a
J
thing?
date.
Isn't there J bait or something?
Jabati.
There's jailbait, but that if you're
That
if
sounds
that's your-
familiar. What is that?
Don't do that.
What is that?
Jailbait is girls that are
Jabaited.
underage that are so attractive.
Oh,
that,
no, no,
you
no.
almost take the bait to go to jail. Yeah.
No. Like what's that guy's name? The guy that went for
Gerrymandering?
cupcakes.
Mm,
Gerrymandering? What? The guy that went for cupcakes.
Gerrymandering.
What's his name? The guy that went for cupcakes. No one knows. And
what are you talking about,
The
bro?
cupcake
Oh, I get what
guy.
you're talking-
He was.
Bro, what?
The Muffin Man?
No.
Fucking EDP.
Yeah, EDP. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, why are you out here trying to meet up with this little girl? Well, I wanted a cupcake.
Yeah.
I came out
Why
here
did
for
I-
cupcakes. I was promised this. I'm a fat fuck.
That's so
I
good,
thought I was gonna
bro.
get some frosting on my fingers. Nope.
I gotta use that
That's
line. I
funny.
mean, what? I'm just joking. It's a joke. It's a joke.
I thought she was 12.
Is that what he
That was a
said?
pretty good deflection earlier, saying you didn't know what
No.
jailbait was. It's good. It's good.
No, I didn't. I didn't know what it was. Wait, I was thinking of something else. You know when you're watching pork and you
You're watching pork.
I don't
yeah,
watch pork.
you don't watch pork?
I eat it.
I fucking. I mean, no, I don't grill it. I eat it.
Is that
Yeah.
what you do instead of eating it, Ping?
Yeah.
You just watch it.
I watch it and I salivate and then I just go to sleep.
Interesting.
Pork supposed to be like off limits for Jews?
Exactly.
Whoa,
Yeah,
It
whoa.
is.
Watches
Oh,
it.
sorry.
Fuck.
People of Jewish descent. Apologies.
It's okay.
Practicing members.
I'm gonna
of
be
faith of
first.
Judaism.
I'm gonna be first. Let's go, baby.
Fucking
You
Jerry.
cheated.
No, when you're watching porn,
Cheat.
I say pork for porn sometimes because they're both haram, you know? So, you know, sometimes when you're watching it,
Sometimes I do
No.
pig grease just to really get the sin in.
wait, what?
What?
Uh, but do you know, like, when you're watching it and you get an advertising for something bait? What is that? I don't remember.
Masturbate.
No, it's not masturbate. It's like something. It's like you don't want to do.
Debated? What?
It's like you don't want to do this alone, and then it shows like a girl, like messaging you or something. Does no one know what I'm talking about, bro? All right,
No,
let-
bro. What the fuck
You're
are you talking
naming a
about?
very vague not seducing, but like lure enticing. I don't know.
all right. Listen, I'll look it up right now. Okay, let me go to.
You got me
Uh,
thinking jabate and like.
Oh,
I don't think
maybe-
that's what you
was that it?
get jabated.
No, no. I'm going on
Alright, well, I
Pornhub.
just fucking
Okay.
Debated you with my answer.
Bamboozled.
Wait, I'm
Going
on.
on stream.
You're going on
Yeah.
your
No,
Bamboozled?
I'm not showing
Dude,
it
it's
on
on stream. It's on stream, bro. It's on stream.
It's on my phone,
Jan
bro.
Bamboozled? Oh wait, fuck! Another hard J.
Whatever. I'm not getting the ads. I'm not gonna. Whatever. I
Oh,
have
is
gone
it
to
the
Pornhub
streaming?
though. What it? Yeah. Maybe it's like you can talk to people that also want to masturbate or something. What is
Mutual
it?
masturbation? Well, I don't know the
Oh.
term you're looking for.
What are
Yeah.
you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Timmy,
No,
You're not
Timmy, you
allowed to say
don't
that.
know. You don't
you
know.
Different ads. I know what you're talking about, but I don't know the.
Timmy,
There's a word
I
for
know
it.
ads
That's
are.
better.
Fucking jerk tube? What?
Jerk. Oh, jerkmate. Jerkmate.
Oh,
mate.
That's
There you
what it
go.
is. Thank you.
There we go. Oh my god.
I know what that is,
glad
'cause
I'm the
people
one that
fucking
helped.
post
I'm not
memes on
surprised I'm the one that
TikTok.
helped figure that out.
Sure,
There's
Timmy,
memes on
sure.
that. I know what that is
Yeah.
because I see ads for it, bro.
Yeah, dude. There's games that'll make you come in 10 seconds. I bet you. won't.
bro, you just gotta put it in
Yeah.
information.
Chat.
Definitely.
When are we doing one of those on stream? I
Ah.
can show my face and just give the reactions.
True, actually.
I want
Someone push
Jared gets banned
Jared
soon.
off.
Someone's trying to push Ping off right now.
Yeah.
Is he? Oh, I see.
Yeah, let's go, gamer. Ah! Yeah, get out of here, you loser.
You actually do it, Ping?
Yeah, we got. Well, the ball hit him. Ah! Bro,
Ah.
I'm a beast at this game. Me, gamer, and who else is left? Jared, Gerardo.
No, it's me. Jared died.
I literally just looked at the name,
I
bro.
pushed him.
I
pushed
I
him,
looked
though.
at
Just
the
want
name.
to die with me.
No. Things are being gaslit. The game is gaslighting you, obviously.
Gaslight me harder.
Oh
I'm still not doing it enough.
Bro, every time
What's
someone
that?
mentions gaslight, it's just I think of my ancestors. You guys gotta chill.
Oh no.
I'm just joking. Bad joke.
That-
Bad joke.
Bad joke, bad joke.
Terrible.
Kind of
joke.
like how Bixby felt.
It's okay. No one else is Jewish in chat. It's just me.
It's true. No one else can get mad.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Is anyone?
And if they do, like,
Then
Just
they
your
get.
ancestors
we'll ban them.
beat the
Yeah,
shit out
they
of
get
you.
permabanned.
Wait,
they
Ping's
can
banning all Jews?
yeah.
ban Emily.
Okay.
Wait, if someone is Jewish
I
in
did.
chat, say.
Didn't I?
Yeah, you did for like a second.
Someone have the account Jew on Twitch. Can you ban?
Wait,
him?
Probably.
supposed to get the tail?
Yo, imagine
Or
you're
take
so
away?
racist that you
No,
ban
I think you need 4 characters in your name, unfortunately.
Jews. It's
The
just
Jew. Oh, ban the Jew.
ban the Jew.
Oh,
If you're so
It isn't
racist, you
about-
just or
They're not. We're stopping. I'm
it was
why? It's
created
funny.
in 2007, but it is suspended or deactivated.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
really? Wow,
Yeah.
Twitch is
Wow,
racist.
Twitch already silenced them.
What's up, Chi? How
No.
you doing? No worries.
Chi.
You got what is YP? YouTube Premium? Very nice. Oh, you're getting. That's addicting. Did you just say Jeffrey Bezos?
Yes, I did.
Thank you, Doctor.
To Bo Burnham.
Of course, I got you.
Oh, fuck.
Up? I just got up. Oh, I thought you said I just got YouTube Premium. Yo, I got a tail.
I fucking sidestep someone for their tail. I'm so stupid.
Ah! They stole it! Oh, green has 0. Green sucks buttholes. And probably...
Latched on, baby.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with sucking buttholes. Why can't I...
Oh my god, I just played that hammer.
Oh
like
my
a
god,
fucking
guys.
devil.
We're getting killed.
Fucking me, dick. No, we're not. We're literally gonna live forever. We're
Okay, I
immortal.
blocked blue, so you have some more
We're
time.
Fucking immortal.
Yeah, let's go!
Yeah, if you stop.
Let's go! If we win, I'm gifting 100 subs.
I'm
Oh my
still
God,
10th place.
back on that arc ping.
Yeah. Let's go.
Give the sub specifically to someone big, so you know it's just like throwing a puddle into an ocean.
I just go to XQC.
Dude.
Here's some money,
It's just for the clickbait.
and it won't even show up on the. On the
Literally, he has only like gift 5 to be able to show up on my stream.
I was gonna raid
Probably
XQC
more.
yesterday as a prank, but then I was like, okay, this is pretty dumb. Let me not do that.
It's a waste of a raid.
It is.
Should raid an
Straight up.
ASMR streamer.
Ooh,
I know some good streamers that you should raid.
I was about to say Aerosmith, but that's not her name. It's what is it? Wait,
Amaranth,
Wait,
Amaranth.
What's
yeah.
the point?
What do you
What's
do
the point?
here? What is this shit?
you grab the bird and hold
Oh.
on.
Oh, this is.
Yeah, you
Where's
gotta
the
go
bird?
down.
Where's the bird?
Kiss.
Penguin hold.
Oh, I see. I found it.
You get that one. You get
Actually,
that
a
one.
penguin.
Actually. Sorry. I'm a beast, bro. I'm holding this penguin for years, and so is someone else.
I'm just bouncing up and down on this fucking fan right now, and these nerds can't touch me.
Nice. That's what I'm gonna do now.
You douches. Oh, good fucking save.
That's hilarious, bro. Ah, the penguin.
Incredible! I got the bird. I got the motherfucking bird. Get me, little blue bitch.
The bird is the
People.
word.
Back here.
Another
Guys,
team.
this is mine. Got him. Got him. We dropped the bird.
The goo. Bro, you're laughing like interestingly.
They can't get me. I'm too good. This is honestly the strat. Thank you, Jared.
Fuck.
I did that and they got me, to be honest, so I don't know.
Me and these two dickheads are just chasing this bird and no
Hey, why are you holding me?
No.
Guys, we have 100 points. Should we just like leave? I feel bad.
Yeah, we're just dumpstering these poor kids.
As
As we should, because fuck them kids.
Yeah, whoa,
Just
whoa, whoa,
look at me, son, look at me,
whoa.
son.
Whoa, man.
EDP up in here, bro. Damn, don't say
Calm
that.
down, no cupcakes. No cupcakes.
Oh, okay, then you're fine.
Where he go?
Fuck. I dropped the bird.
Where'd he go, Cotton Eye
We're gonna
Joe?
break 200. We're gonna break 200.
Let's go. Whoa, there's 3 birds?
Hit it.
I thought there were 2. Let's go, baby. Bro, we killed them. I kind of feel bad.
Murdered. We're too good.
Murdered. We are.
We better win now. We better fucking win.
Yeah,
I'm
just
saying.
saying. All these beans,
Yeah.
they fucking die when they get eliminated. They're just dead. They played a
True.
game and now they're not alive anymore.
Guys,
Their souls taken.
remember, if we win, I will gift 100 subs
To me.
to Jared.
To whoever's live.
Yes. I don't
Yeah,
even
to
like this
whoever's
game mode,
live.
but it gives me some ADHD serotonin.
Oh, we might actually win. Gamer is doesn't like this either,
No.
but is good at it. I like this one. I'm just not good at it. The gold one gives us like double. Oh, interesting. So there are only 2, yeah.
Oh, my rotted little brain. Hi, honey.
Oh,
Hey, baby. Hey, baby cheeks. That's what I call my brother.
Sandy cheeks.
Baby cheeks. I don't know why. I'm like, yo, what's up, baby cheeks? Wait, is that what I say? Yeah, that's what I say.
no. You don't say that.
I do. I
Yeah,
say
What I
baby cheeks.
say.
I just don't remember. I'm-
Just making up your own canon as we go. I love it.
No, I do. I call him baby cheeks.
Sure you do.
I do, bro. Just because you're jealous doesn't mean that you have to
Tell-
doubt it.
Call
You
Emily
have
and tell her
Chubby
to
little
come join
baby
us.
cheeks doesn't mean you
We
get
need
to be
10
jealous.
people.
Run! Stop fucking jumping, man. You're gonna fall.
Hey, I'm doing better than you're doing. And you're not even here, so.
Oh, yeah, because I left for Jared.
Aw, that's so sweet. Did Jared say thank you?
What's up?
I don't think so.
Who would I thank for what? Because I'm ungrateful?
You're fine.
You're fine.
No,
I-
he's not fine. Jared.
Bro, we're all
Timmy left the
alive.
spot.
Wait, we're all alive.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait,
you
is it
guys
just
have,
us
you guys
four?
have to jump out.
Wait, no
let's
way!
keep it going.
I'm not gifting 100
just-
subs.
Hey, first
going.
one to fall loses. Has to give 10 subs.
Ah, I like that.
Gonna be ping.
Nah, it's not gonna be me, bro.
You're gonna give 10 subs to yourself.
No.
Hey, bye! Bye-bye! Don't gift the subs, bro. Wait until the subathon.
Yeah.
Hello there.
Oh wait.
Please delete what you say. Oh, I won! I'm a beast, baby. Let's go.
It's you misspoke.
I'm a Jew. What's up, Mac? How you doing? That's cool. That's cool. Yo. For those that don't know, Mac got what was the word? What did he say he got?
Depressed?
No, yesterday he said
Depressed?
something happened to him.
Oh, he
Me?
got packed.
Yeah, packed. I never heard that before. He got packed.
Why you gotta repeat that now? He's just getting PTSD.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sure.
What's up? The other team was hot trash. We were killing it. Well, I didn't say which game that we win. Okay, so I don't need to gift 100 subs. Losers. If I, well, that too, but you know, you didn't have to say it.
Yeah, I know. But I wanted to.
Okay. I have 33,000 kudos. Whatever
You
that
can go in
means.
the item shop so you can buy it.
37,000.
Nah, I wanna have more than Gerardo.
I'm gonna swap my thing.
I'm waiting for Gerardo's cousin to come into voice chat, but he just hates us. So he or she?
Guys, who wants to play custom games? Tell
We
us.
have 4 in
Tell us
chat.
we can get a head count.
Yeah, custom
No.
games. Oh no.
No.
What?
No?
What? Why not?
No. Cause. No. Do you
Oh
still get crowns for playing custom games?
no.
That's
But if you win, I gift 20 subs
to who?
Myself.
to me.
Do you waste money?
Nah, I won't do that. You can only join naked. Even better, Sam. Let's go. Sam is of age. I could say that.
Yo, Sam, wanna join?
Sam, this shit is so
Custom?
fucking broken. It's insane.
How you doing, Sam?
Gotta donate $139 to yourself, man.
All right.
Is that how
I'm
much
ready.
it is?
Canadian, yeah.
Oh. You know what sucks about Canada? Everything. But that's not what I was going to talk about. You know what sucks about pity laughs? No.
Where do- Yo, what
Um,
the hell?
You know what sucks?
40. Go ahead, sorry.
It's okay. Go ahead.
40
You know what
tier
sucks
3
about-
subs is
oh.
$1,000.
Hey, 40 tier 3 subs. Let's go. Just
40 for. Damn.
Sam's gonna join
Sam?
naked for us. Ooh! What's up, G? You'll
Ooh.
join soon? Nice. Yeah, let's see if we
Sam,
could get a
if you don't
customs.
slap it back and forth.
I really want custom.
I've never done a customs.
We did it in Jared's stream. It was
After
fun.
that match.
Nice.
Other than that one where you hexagon with anti-gravity, that one was whack.
You know what sucks about America? Almost every. You know what sucks about Australia? It's upside down. It doesn't even make sense. Okay, so I win.
Actually, all the people in Australia have to hold onto the ground at all times, or else they fly away.
Wait, that means they're really
True.
strong.
Yeah, they're all ripped. Like all Australians are super. That's why kangaroos are so fucking.
She's
ripped.
super strong, actually. She's like the most powerful Australian woman.
Yo, do you guys
Oh,
know
but
that
not
site
person? Wow, pretty sexist of you.
where-
And you're laughing
Well, I don't
too.
know about the men. I don't know anybody.
Sam,
I don't know
only want
any
you to-
Australian men to compare her to.
I have an Australian friend. He's pretty skinny. I'll just do helicopter for you, Jared. How about for
I
me?
want you to helicopter if you do it fast enough where it makes the
The meat spin?
Yeah.
Nice.
Otherwise, I want the slap, slap, slap.
Don't people die from kangaroos in Australia?
Yes.
They should.
What?
You get brain damage.
You try and fucking fight a kangaroo, you deserve to get your chest kicked in.
True. Yo, what's up, Epicuro? How you doing?
They're adorable though. They're so cute.
You know what's cuter? Your face.
Oh my god. Come
18
fuck
deaths.
with me.
Per year.
Come suck my bottom lip.
18? Oh.
Yeah.
That's not.
And then bees are 16, sharks are 16, venomous snakes.
Wait, in
are
the world
14.
or in Australia?
Everywhere.
Oh, that's nothing. Are you serious? I kind of
Yeah.
want to fight a kangaroo now and see what happens.
Pussy shit, I'll fight a kangaroo.
Only 18 people die. It couldn't be that bad, right?
What couldn't be me? I'm gonna fuck him up. I'm gonna fuck him up real quick.
Do you think
I
you
bet they're
could?
kicking break people. Holy crap.
Horses and donkeys kill the most people.
I'm not shocked.
I think-
Horses fuck
Nah,
people up.
I think people kill them.
77
No,
deaths.
no. People kill the most people.
I hate you.
Shut the fuck up.
Can we ban pink?
Actually, though, can we just fucking boot him from VC real quick?
Bro, ostriches and emus should kill more people, bro. Only 5 deaths.
Ostriches?
Yeah,
yeah,
ostriches are
turkeys.
crazy, bro.
They're
Have
scary,
you ever
bro.
killed any?
Yes, Nanimo.
What's that one that's like an ostrich, but it looks like a dinosaur?
Emu.
Dinosaur.
that emu?
It's a
Oh, yeah,
dinosaur. Well, can
There's
I?
The one that has
All
wings.
All right, you guys talk a lot. All right, can I read
Yeah.
chat? Okay, not
No,
everything.
sure.
Oh, okay.
Just
You
ask
can-
us. You can just mute us.
Just deafened, yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. Actually, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, guys, shut the fuck up.
I deafened. But I can't read chat like this, so I don't know why I deafened. Hello?
Deafen us?
I
let you talk, and he's.
I deafened, and then I realized that I can't look at chat with this game mode, so.
Smart
Wow.
one.
Oh, someone's being toxic. Someone's being toxic. Now I get to
When
be
are you gonna
not so
change
bad
your
about it.
name to Jing Jong Jasters? Lotus Liam did. He's Jodas GM now.
Yeah,
love-
because he's a simp. Okay, to the J's.
Whoa,
Sorry,
whoa.
not the S word. I'm sorry. He's I don't know.
Gonna get banned.
I'm gonna
Jing
read
Jong
chat.
Casters over here.
I'm reading chat. Road trip through Europe or plane trip to Australia? Road trip through Europe, 100%. If they get close to the Kangaroos, they act in defense. Yeah, I read about that. Their kicks can break people easily. Sheesh. Kasawadis? What does that mean?
To chat.
I'm being told not to read
For
us
real.
and to just win.
Well, that
Alright,
didn't happen.
we gotta
so
win
you
this
don't get
one.
to read them now.
Well, we've won one already.
Hey, wait-
I think
Wait, we
need
didn't
2 more.
qualify?
Yeah.
No.
Let's do custom games.
All right. You just said no like 5 minutes ago.
I'm joking.
Oh, do we have enough people? If you want custom, say
Is everyone in chat?
yeah. If
Say
you want,
I.
say
I.
no. Say yo. Say. Damn it.
You already tricked everybody. This guy.
Yeah.
Yo, Stream Elements is really excited.
Yeah,
Hell
Stu
yeah.
Ellen wants to
We
play,
got
bro.
1, 2, 3,
Okay.
4.
All right, that's too much counting.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're back.
Oh, Casawaris is a thing. I've never heard of that.
Casawaris are fucking terrifying.
I
I
changed the
think we have
message.
enough
You see?
people.
Right.
If you're wrong, you get unbanned. Damn it. Never mind. I messed up.
You get unbanned. Love that.
You get unmodded. I felt good. Thank you. All right. How do I do customs?
I'm
f-
gonna bust.
I figured it out. Wait, does it start automatically if you have enough people?
No, it says you need 10 people, and then you have to actually start the lobby.
Okay, that's good. Excuse me.
That little thing that says not enough players will change to start game.
Okay, I figured it out. Thanks.
Oh wow. Okay, douchebag.
Asshole.
Wait, do you
Don't
guys?
make me call you? Don't make me say it.
No, don't say the J word.
Don't make me say it.
Hey, we got a hat. Yo, nice announcement.
Jewish.
No. Why am I
They
crying?
know your secret.
Announcements is new. Twitch released it like
I'm
the
not new. It's
like
been
2
a
months
couple
ago.
months.
Yeah,
Forgot
2
about
3
it
months
now.
ago. Hat. Ooh, woo. I'll be right back. I got the best hat.
We got 4.
4 hundo.
Come on, we need 6 more.
69. Wait, do they need to
We
have
need-
me added it and then they could join?
No, they don't need you
Oh,
added.
They need the code. I'm a dumbass, right?
It's okay. You left it in the thingy.
I could leak the
In
code.
chat.
Don't leak it.
Why
Dude,
not?
leak it. What are they gonna do?
Don't leak it, bro.
I leaked it. I leaked it.
Don't leak it, bro. It will. Sorry, I'm just eating. No worries. Except we're waiting, but it's okay. As long as we get
Is it okay?
69 people, we should be good. I mean, 10 people.
Yeah. We should get at least 69.
Good
on,
one.
guys.
Bro, it's out of 60. That doesn't even make sense.
Oh my God, who wants to
Oh, you're right.
69?
No, thank
They
you.
should just make it so you could go to 69.
Yeah.
Lots of people would just play it.
Then we'll know that 15-year-olds developed the game. No offense.
I mean, right now with this
Everybody
whole 10
was
people to
15.
start, I'm convinced that fucking babies made this game with their fucking in brains. Stupid.
Stupid. Guys,
Stupid dumb.
if we don't have
I've
10
had to join.
people, then that's fine. We're just gonna go to squads. But I'm gonna. If you don't join, then Jared is going to scream into the mic.
Damn right.
Jared didn't even join.
Jared didn't join.
There he is.
Oh yeah, I could see who joined. Let's see. All right. We got a stalker. That's pretty cool.
You're famous enough to have a stalker? Cool.
Timmy be like, what? No, that's his name. Right? Yeah.
No.
Don't know. Who's the meme stalker? Yo, Samaranio.
Yo. I read that
I
as
saw
San
one more
Marino.
followers and was about to ban.
I wouldn't take offense because my mental maturity level is much higher than most teens. Mine was too, believe it or not, when I was a teen. Want more followers? Put it on follower only and hide the code.
God.
That's actually pretty smart, but nah.
I remember being the mature
Don't
kid.
leak it.
The times.
Why not?
I didn't say don't lick it. I said don't leak it. Oh my
Yeah.
god, bro.
What are they gonna do?
Don't leak it, bro.
Should I just delete this message?
That's funny. No.
He's telling you what to do.
Bro,
Oh,
you
what-
just
I'm just
you're
playing,
on
I'm
a
just playing,
path.
I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
You
I'm
should
just
delete
playing.
every message in chat.
I try. I'm
Non-followers
Shut
can
up.
still reach chat. What would that accomplish? No, he said hide the code.
Yeah, stop announcing it, doctor.
So they would
No,
have
but
they would
like-
they would
Like
have to
no
ask.
engagement.
They would have to ask for
No,
the code.
but
Okay,
like,
Doctor?
They could just wait for someone else to ask for it, and then they see it. So, why would they follow you?
Or they could just wait for it to appear on screen. Like right
well,
now.
no, you can hide it on
Follow
screen.
and
Yeah,
unfollow like
yeah.
little
Do you see
Mario.
it? Do you see it on screen? Do you see it on screen, Dino?
I still do see it on screen.
Well,
RGB
that's because you're
for-
delayed, but now you don't. Okay.
I still do.
Well, now you
There.
don't.
Now it's gone. Yeah, there you go.
Here's the code. No racists allowed. I don't know.
No
No, unless you're
Jews.
cracked.
Unless you're cracked. So that's why gamer is in. I'm just joking. I don't know. I'm joking. We would all be a part of a plan and want to put code. That's true. Exactly, Doctor. Can you
Oh,
believe
we got
this?
7.
This guy's an editor. Can you believe that? Dukter. Jukter.
Lola.
Yes,
Plenty of
Lola.
flaws in this plan.
It's not that loud, but it's a beautiful song.
I think Ping just converted you, Doc.
Wait,
You a ping hater? Yeah, I already was. So
bro. I went to poop yesterday, and they were just talking shite about me. Okay.
I don't know if that was a joke or not.
No, I'm serious. I went to
Alright,
poop, and they were
it
talking.
was a pun
You said
because
poop
you
and
know,
then talk shit, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Is this a setup?"
I don't think we're getting anywhere. We're not
Yeah, I don't
gaining
think
anybody.
either.
All right, I'm giving 10 more seconds. If you don't join, then you perish.
you gotta give more than 10 seconds because stream delay. You gotta give like a minute.
Starting now. Now. It's like a 2-second delay if you have the best connection and you're on desktop and you live.
Yeah, desktop. That's
I'm
why.
on
30
desktop. I just
seconds for
have
mobile.
20-second delay for some reason.
Oh.
I'll
Well,
do 20 seconds for mobile, and then they can frantically type into their phone saying, "I'm sorry, I'm trying to join. Hang on."
30 more seconds.
why are you
Somebody's
so
gonna
mean?
be like,
though?
I'm sorry, I'm just eating, or something
God,
like
they're
that.
gonna fucking
Wow,
bait
you're
you
making
so
fun
hard.
of Chi.
I'm joining. Hang on, I just need to finish.
Where's Jamanda?
You guys are
She
so
should be able to play.
toxic. You guys are toxic. I don't like
I'm
what my
totally
community
toxic.
is becoming.
Jamanda.
Nah, I'm joking. It's fine.
Jamari.
Jadeb Jamari,
Jadep.
join or get banned.
Woohoo.
All right. How much longer should I give? You know what? I'll give the equivalent length of how I am in bed. All right. No one is joining. Let's do squads.
Agreed.
That was about 0 seconds.
It was actually
Is
like
that accurate?
0.1. I've timed it on a stopwatch. So, yeah.
What are hard as nails survival rounds? What?
Wait, who am I inviting?
Double crowns for survival of the fittest.
I invited
Whoever you
people.
want.
I don't like inviting whoever I want because then I feel bad.
Then whoever joins.
Let's close the lobby.
Oh, we have a full lobby.
Bet. I only got a couple more games 'cause I'm supposed to play games with my cousins. And I'm already late, but I'm having fun
Aw.
here, so I'm gonna play another.
Oh, you're so sweet. Sorry
Aw.
to who was it? Gamer that couldn't join. Okay, but Gerardo is gonna leave, and then people can join. Dinal, ready up. Thank you.
What do you
My
mean?
name
What do you
is
mean?
Jurad.
I'm
And
gonna
sorry,
take Gerard's spot.
and sorry, Samurai
that-
Neo.
She can take mine if they're ready after this. We better win.
Who's breathing? Stop.
Me, probably.
Oh.
Suck that fucking mic.
I breathe.
Hey, he's
You
underage, Jared. Bro, calm down. I know he sounds older than all of us, but.
Dude, Timmy's got a pretty cool voice.
That is true.
Timmy, say Irish wristwatch.
Irish
And yet you still are
Irish what?
doctor.
Wristwatch.
wristwatch.
Yeah, say it. Irish wristwatch.
Irish
No,
wristwatch?
that's
Irish
tongue
wristwatch.
twister.
Irish wristwatch. Irish wristwatch. Irish wristwatch. Irish wristwatch. Boom! That's why I'm a streamer, baby.
Orisa Wishwatch. I made Orisa on Overwatch.
Did you hear that they're deleting the original Overwatch and making it Overwatch 2?
Wait, is that
I
true?
don't care.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
when they
Fucking-
said about
that's not true,
Minecraft,
that's
but
not
it
true.
never happened.
My
Minecraft 2 is happening.
No.
Yeah, Overwatch 2's happening also.
Yeah, it's been happening since 2013.
It sounds like you're still breathing, doctor, to me. I don't know, man.
You doubted me, so I like figured that your commands don't matter.
It's not a command. Oh, saying. Oh yeah, it was a command. I apologize. Re.
This guy was an English teacher, mind you. Doesn't even know what a command is.
A command prompt is a computer.
No, a command is saying, "Shut the fuck up, Elliot."
I wish Sad Monkey was enabled.
Very base.
Why isn't it?
It's too intrusive into the stream. I might start adding them as buttons for me to play at certain times, like right there.
Monkey do bad. Monkey do
But-
very
Smart.
bad.
Let's go. You
Are
ever
you wearing an actual hat? I thought that was a graphic this entire time.
No, an actual hat.
It's a graphic. What are you talking about? It's
You
just
sure about
advanced,
that?
bro. It's pretty advanced, yeah.
Got me fucked up.
See, look, it's gone.
You just threw it.
No.
Put it back on.
My God, you deleted your asset. What? Why would you do that, Elliot? Don't.
I added it back. Where's my notebook?
God.
Oh, it's right here.
You clicked the little visible button on OBS.
Yeah, exactly.
You're like, minute.
Fucking dumb.
Add old buttons back, like jail. Oh, that's so fun. If I have control over everything, that makes it funner. That's not a word.
I'm funner river.
I'm funnerist.
Oh my God, I'm the funnestest.
Oh my god. How do you end up buying a chicken hat? It's uncommon to see one on sale. It wasn't on sale. I'm a bad Jew. But I just bought it on Amazon. I don't know.
What? The hat?
Yeah. I was like, hats, stream. I think maybe someone mentioned it. And maybe someone even said chicken. And I was like, chicken hat? And so I got it. Cool story,
You know what
bro.
you should get? You should get a dinosaur outfit.
Oh, those are great, actually. Those are amazing. Bro, how do you jump? Oh, I got it. Bro, I'm so triggered today. I don't know.
Just garbage.
Yeah, that too. I don't know if it's because Gerardo is here or it's just me.
So cracked.
Well,
Don't fall and hit the ball.
Speaking? Am I muted? What?
is he muted?
I hate you.
I love you.
No voice?
How did you? Oh, I read the same. Dinel!
Oh my God.
Oh my.
Fucking dental dam.
Gerardo is here. You don't hear Gerardo? Oh, I don't hear him anymore either. Gerardo.
Janelle's going the wrong way.
Oh
No,
my
they're
god.
not.
Bro, I'm kicking out this guy, bro. What is he doing though? Like, bro, how are we still second? The Rhino. Oh, never mind.
It's a big boy.
I hate when there's people around. They annoy me, so I had to wait. What?
You barely made it.
Yay, Janelle!
Yay!
Proud of you, honey. You made it.
Can we get some
I'm
sorry, go ahead.
I'm definitely gonna take a quick nap. I'm tired.
Can we get some
I was falling asleep.
You're taking a nappy poo?
Oh, yeah,
falling
after
asleep
this-
with this energy?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Hoo-wee mama.
Who be Wama?
I did who be Wama?
Zoo-wee mama. Oh,
Bing
bro.
bong.
Ding dong. It's
Life's
ping
got me
pong.
on cloud 9.
Are you
Bing
singing a
bong
song?
masters.
Bing boom moosters. What's up, Nathan? What's up, guys? It's Nathan191. How you doing? How's Genshin?
I like that guy. He's pretty cool. How tall is he, Ping?
6'10".
Is he really?
Yeah.
No way.
Well,
You got proof?
no.
He just said he was,
Okay.
so we believe him.
Yeah, I
Alright,
believe.
fair enough.
I believe everyone who's been here for more than a year and 4 months.
I just made the threshold. I'm 7'10".
Nice. The joke.
I'm 7'2".
The joke there was that Dinell has only been here for a year and 4 months. So I don't trust him. Do you
Probably
get-
shouldn't.
Oh, I get it now. Thanks, Ping.
You're welcome. I got you. Oh,
You made the joke
Timmy,
so much
no. No.
One more month, man.
Epicuro, no. It's been a year, bro. Oh my god.
That's what I was saying.
That's
It has not
crazy.
felt like a year.
Because you're having so much fun, right?
No, I just don't keep track of time.
Oh.
Dude,
Bro, a chicken pushed me.
You suck.
I'm getting stream sniped. No, I'm not. That makes me feel
off of
better.
me.
Imagine you're that
Fucker.
imagine you're that popular that you can
What did
stream
I do?
snipe.
I am, bro.
You pushed me off, doctor.
I wasn't even near you.
I got set
my
back
God.
and still fucking cut ahead.
Same.
Imagine
being me. Ah!
Couldn't be.
me. I keep feeling sleepy. Oh, thanks for the
Oh my god,
host.
that last part, I can't get past it.
Thanks for the host, whoever hosted me.
It was me.
It never is. Ah! Oh, I'm a god.
No!
I'm a god. Wait, what place are we? Are we first? Or are we not even ranked? I can't tell.
you're
We're first.
first.
Let's go! PP sucks. COK. I don't
Danelle's gonna
know.
crack his bean shell. Oh,
I don't like Coke that
Fuck.
much.
oh.
What's COK?
It's like Coke. It's shorthand for Coke.
Yeah, Coca-Cola.
Yeah, I don't drink that though. Last stream it was like hours away from the year. Oh wow, that's crazy. That is crazy, bro. I'm feeling sleepy today too. Maybe someone like injected something into the air and we're all like gonna die soon.
Yeah, they injected cock into
I
the
woke
air.
up at 3 o'clock today.
3 o'clock. Oh, okay.
3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yes.
I woke up at 4:30 a.m.
I don't want to wake
I
up
haven't gone to sleep
tomorrow.
yet.
I'm just joking. 8 months. Damn. My follow is gonna be wrong because of one unfollow. Lol.
I'm on 2 hours sleep.
How long have you been here, Chi? Damn, someone got me on stream on the big TV in front of their whole family. I love it.
Dude, she's been here for 3 weeks. I mean,
What?
8 months, 3 weeks.
No, because she was here longer. But she unfollowed and then followed.
I did the same thing.
Did you
I
actually?
did the same thing too.
Yeah.
I did too.
Y'all play around too much, bro.
But it was like when I barely met you.
You did it because you didn't want you wanted to stop watching and then you came back by accident. Or
Yeah.
maybe not. Oh.
No, it's because someone said they were gonna unfollow you, and I was like, oh, that's funny. Let me do the same.
Since Emerald Nuzlocke. Yo, the good old days. I mean, what? I feel like I always say the good old days. It's just nostalgia always hits, you know, hard. Oh.
I have old clips and I see how janky the stream was. I'm like, who the fuck followed?
She really
Ah!
likes
Ah! No!
Pokemon, huh?
Yeah, Chi Epicuro.
Oof.
Yeah, it does delete followage. I think there is a website that shows the first time you follow. I think. I'm not 100% sure though, but yeah. Oh, apparently I was streaming in 2020. Or I didn't notice, but on my old account, I had like 200 hours of stream. I don't even remember that.
Energy?
What? 2018, like a couple of years ago. Did we qualify? We did. Let's go. Yo, Jimmy is online. I'll woke up at
Jimmy.
He's online. What do you mean online?
He's not
Like-
streaming, is he?
Like streaming?
No, he's on Fall Guys, I mean.
Oh.
Excuse me. Yeah. I woke up at 4, falls asleep, and woke up at 6. Why? Why'd you sleep for 2 hours? That's not good.
I wonder why.
I wonder
Oh,
why.
Jimmy.
But
Show
Jared,
yourself.
You got moved because you're also on Discord on your phone or something.
If you show yourself right now, you can take my spot.
What's up?
Huh? What happened? Wait,
Got moved?
What is this?
what the hell is
Oh.
this? Oh, this is the
No,
painting.
you're killing me.
Bro, why'd
Dude,
you
just go,
hold
just
our
go, just go.
guy? Someone hold our guy.
Oh, I see what's going on here.
You have to paint the floor.
It's a garbage round.
Take
I
over the
fucking
yellow
hate
guys.
game mode.
I stole one of theirs. We're fighting. He's pretty cute, though. I don't want to keep hitting him. Oh my god, he sucks. I actually stole it from him. No. Oh my god, he actually is trash. I'm a god gamer. Oh my
Just
god.
take their yellow spots. Just take their yellow spots.
I'm trying, bro,
Exactly.
but someone is. He's stealing
Longest
the.
I've been following someone for is 2 years and 6 months.
Oh wow, they have us lapped like hard.
Do you all have a paintball machine? I have one.
A battery? Yes.
It's a paintball machine. Ah!
They are absolutely fucking cum stirring us.
Ah!
We're blue. What do you
You mean-
mean? We're blue.
We're winning.
I'm dumb. I'm
Oh, I swear to God, I thought we
You're
were
so
losing.
stupid.
I
Oh my
swear to God, I
Just
thought we were
I'm
losing.
I'm so
Jared,
laser
we're
focused on the
so
game that I'm
dumb.
missing the game.
Bro, I legit thought we were losing too. I'm not gonna lie.
You're
Not
so
the gas
dumb,
lighting
Jared.
thing. We're losing so fucking badly.
It's because
No,
we're
we're-
streamers, okay? We ADHD. I don't know.
because we're gods. Let's
'Cause
be
We fucking murdered
We
them.
won, baby. Let's go. Top tier achievement
You're
unlocked.
so dumb, Jared.
No, I swear to God, I didn't realize too. I just
What?
didn't.
That fucking W.
You see, half of us didn't realize. Or 3/4 of us. You're the only one that
Not
realized we
gonna
were winning.
lie.
All right, y'all.
I thought we were
got
losing
more
because
I knew
Jared
we
kept
were
on
losing.
saying we were losing. I wasn't looking at the score.
No worries, gamer. I didn't know it would delete followage. Oh, I read that twice. Please tell me if party spot opens up. Yep,
Yeah, whoopsies.
All right.
GG. It was inspiration. We won.
we won. I'm back. I had to go. What happened?
We got the hustle. All right. I'm gonna dip.
All right. Anybody want to take
Alright.
my? Oh yeah, Jared's leaving.
See you, bro.
Bye, y'all.
Bye-bye, Jared.
Bye. May Jesus be with you.
Yeah.
Have a fun time. Don't enjoy yourself too much.
Why'd I get so many
On my
levels?
channel or don't. I don't give a shit.
I just got 2
Bye.
crown. I just got 3 crowns. 4 Huh? Oh, bye.
Another one?
Another one. Another one. What just happened? Because you completed challenges? Oh. Jared said bye, but he's still here. So can someone permaban him?
Is he
Thanks.
still here?
Oh, he just left. Okay, good.
Nah, he dipped.
He's still in the call on Jimmy's, which is funny. But
All right, Chi, it opened. The shards become crowns.
Nope.
Oh, 4 crowns easy. I'm a beast, right? Epicuro knows. I wonder who's the latest person who's been watching. Like, I think it's
Wonder what Jimmy's doing.
my mom. I'm just joking.
Is there any other open spots?
Nice, Nathan. We got 1 open spot. Chi said that she wants to join.
Alrighty.
And then Dinal said he's gonna leave for someone, I think, or something.
Yeah.
So there's another open spot for you, Timmy.
Alrighty.
Yeah, join in, Timmy.
Good luck on the
I'll
tournament.
just rest. Actually, I'm gonna go get a snack.
Nice. All right. I'm so pumped up for some reason. You're a stalker, right?
Yep.
Nice. You guys, Chia, I don't see your username. Did you delete me as a friendo? You deleted me as a friendo. Sam is also online. I don't know if he wants to play, but I'm green armor 5. In case, you know. Aren't you like Chitoru something? Just restarted my game because I wasn't appearing on yours. Aw, thank you. Nathan, I don't know why oh, it's not exclamation point, it's slash. What happened?
Nothing. I was just looking at what gives you points for crowns, and
there we go.
You want to grab as many people as you can in team rounds, and dive as many times as you can.
Oh, that's cool. Wait, where are these challenges? Oh, they're right here.
Yeah, on the right side.
I'm so stupid.
And then go to marathon, and you can see all the ones for crowns.
What does marathon mean?
It's the one that gives you the crown points.
Most of them are just play good. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Qualify from any round in any show. Dive 1,000. Oh, I see. Dive 1,000 times. In survival. Grab 1,000 players. Oh, we're gonna be grabbing them by the back a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna go for that one too. All right, ready up.
All right.
There's so many bugs and things. It's so weird.
In Fall Guys?
In just things in general. But yeah, in Fall Guys, I got like today I was just troubleshooting so much it got so annoying. I was trying to make my Elgato work. It wasn't working. So I can't play Fortnite. I can't play anything on Switch or PlayStation. I want to on stream. I want to fix it before the subathon, which might be this weekend. Start this weekend. And I have to set up for music streams and stuff. Ready to commit homicide? Hell yeah. The Genshin savers aren't back up. Back servers? Oh. Did they go down? Were they updating it?
Updating.
Updaddying it. Upvoting on Reddit. I would never.
Downvote on Reddit.
Downvote, exactly. Downvote, or I just don't press anything. Oh, that's not true. I actually don't like disliking YouTube videos. Like, even if I'm pissed off and I just watch a YouTube video and I'm like, oh, this sucks, I'm very hesitant to downvote. Unless it's like a tutorial and it's really just, like, bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Oh! I'm lurking. Alright, see you, Epicuro. Thanks for popping in, and thank you for the lurk. Much appreciated. I'm going to... We might play Minecraft later tonight, but... I want to do Poke MMO also. And possibly Nuzlocking. I'm not sure yet about that one. Because I do like Nuzlocking. I just feel like I need to make videos if I Nuzlock. And... It's just a big time investment to do that. Oh! Yeah, you said ooh for Minecraft, but not the server. I want to beat my own personal worlds first before joining a server. If that's okay. Yeah.
If that's okay. No, it's not okay. I command you otherwise.
All right, fine. Just kidding.
But you can play with Jared.
Oh!
You can kill Jared if you want.
True. I'm actually getting mad at Fall Guys. It hates my PC or so, I think. Oh, you're still naked? Let's got some awes in chat for Sam.
Shoot.
I'm gonna press the awe button. Yeah, that is a Sag. Come on, Doctor. I know you're free falling, but we see Dr. Gurr attempting to make this last jump. Will he make it? Oh, and he barely clings on to his life as he crosses the finish line.
We're not qualifying.
We're not.
We are not qualifying, in fact.
Ping Pong Masters leaves the show. Thanks for typing in
Agreed.
aw. Oh my god. Was that Spanish on my screen for a second? That's okay. Well, no survive, yeah. We no survive. No survival? Are people like still entertained from like survival, like Minecraft? Or is it just you have to be on a server?
I mean, if you're entertaining, sure.
Oh. Well, I'm entertaining with anything I do, so I guess it'll be fine. Okay.
Sure. I'm trolling. Yeah, you're probably fine. Just do interesting things.
I'm gonna name my pets. They're gonna come with me to the Nether. They're gonna die. It's gonna be great. English only in this chat. Yeah, please time him out for that.
Actually, Elngish. Elnolgish. That's what I wrote.
Oh yeah, time yourself out. If PP does open a server, I think the strongest players are gonna be me and Diego. I don't know. There's a lot of people that play Minecraft here. A lot of nerds. But yeah, she wants to take us up on the coin flip today. I just can't
Yeah,
enjoy
you could-
survival. Sorry, go
You
ahead.
could be VIP today. If you just beat me in a coin flip twice.
Yeah, there you go. I will blow and burn everything. You would be a good test, Nathan, for how to make it so that you can't blow and burn everything.
I mean, just turn off explosions and fire spread.
Oh, there you go. We've got it. I've got into Pokemon lately. Oh, just as I've stopped Pokemon. And does Lickitung evolve? No? Lickitung doesn't evolve? I don't think so. You know I have a Lickitung Pokemon card in my wallet? I've said this before on
Good to know
stream.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. But do you
Most
guys...
fans know.
True. Do you guys want to see it? I'm going to show you guys it. Wait, does Lickitung evolve? I feel like it has another form, but I don't
I
remember.
don't think so, but I don't actually know.
Yeah. All right. I could dox myself right now. My state my state ID is literally right on the other side of this. And this is my credit card and my debit card. You guys want to see it? Ooh. Nah, I'm not gonna show. All right, let me show you guys the Pokemon card. Even though some of you guys have seen it. Look at that. Okay, the camera doesn't want to show you guys. We qualified? Let's go.
You know how they get the whole round.
So the Lickitung is for when I see a girl in a bar and I go up to her and I want to hit on her and I'll be like, yo, you want to Lickitung? And then she slaps me in the face and I go home crying. I messed up your joke. Lickitung, the evolution of Licky Licky. Ping is from Alabama. Sweet home.
You got a sweet home in Alabama.
Yeah. Sexual harassment, any percent speedrun world record. At least I could get a world record in something. Right? Yeah.
I mean,
That's not a good thing.
I mean, it's better than nothing, no? Actually, no, it's not.
it's really not. But I mean, there's other world records you could get. Nicest guy. Well.
Aw, you really think that? I don't think I'm the nicest guy.
No, I realized you can't get that, but like.
I think I'm going to that's a good idea. What if a sub goal is trying to get a world record in something? There must be something dumb enough to get a world record in that no one's tried before, right?
Back a million pennies.
Oh, because I'm Jewish. Oh, that's actually genius. Is that why you said that?
No.
Oh.
That's just probably a thing that no one has ever done.
Well, I don't think it's realistic, but I know stacking pennies is a world record. I don't know if you're gonna make it to 1 million though.
I mean, It's a subathon. I'll have time. A million's a lot, though. Yeah.
Million is a lot. That would get you like. Let's see.
No, I missed it.
It's okay. We're still qualifying so far. I got an extreme stretch real quick.
Boys were second.
Let's go. And you missed it, and we got second. I gotta get the
We
legs in
had
there.
first. I didn't miss it.
Oh, that feels good. Thank you. Oh. Ask people to donate pennies so you could stack them. Dude,
That'd be 1,500 meters tall.
I looked it up.
Yeah.
Give me the American answer since you gave the other
Oh
answer.
my.
Well, you gotta give the answer for
Meters,
everyone.
not meters. Oh my. Okay.
Wait, what?
Would you guys use kilometers?
I'll put in miles for you.
We use miles. What do you mean?
Americans. 0.94 miles tall.
Oh, that's not bad. Oh, but it goes up. That's pretty hard.
Yeah, upwards.
That's okay. Horizontally, we could do that. What if I just go to the highway and I just start stacking them? Use feet.
Glue a million together. You just need
True.
to get that many pennies.
But how much glue do I need?
Have the longest police chase ever. There you go.
I'm
I
not.
don't know.
I don't know how to
criminal
try
records
it.
were like 80 something years.
You know,
So.
you do it on your bike then.
Oh. Yo, that chase is gonna end real quick.
Whether you
Uber
just
Eats
shoot your
while
tires
you're
out.
biking.
Bro, they'll just catch up and then be like, "What are you doing?" It's not a motorcycle; it's a bicycle. Smallest I can send is 5 cents. Oh. And then that won't work out. Balance an egg speed run. Ooh, how long can I balance an egg on my head or something? That might be a good one. You know? It's probably some training and then you're good. Right?
The pencil sharpening world record.
Oh, Smallant.
Yeah.
Did he actually do? I didn't watch the video. I just look at the thumbnail a lot because it's a good
You
thumbnail.
did actually have the world record, but now it's like way, way lower than it was during the video.
Bro, I'm doing really bad. You guys need to do better.
I'm doing
I'm
really
doing
bad.
Really bad too. Yeah, I'm at 30 points.
Because I'm
Don't
doing
think I'm
pretty
that better.
decent. I've been getting silvers and bronze, but not one gold. Oh my god, I'm actually trash.
There's a goal.
I've gotten 2 goals.
Oh, so.
Probably why we're winning. No, I'm just carrying the team.
Thank you. Oh! Well, you didn't carry hard enough. Oh. Yeah, if you guys
It's
have
fine.
any... Sorry, go ahead.
Find a like relatively new game. Get a speedrun world record in it.
True.
That's how I held the haiku world record 3 times.
That's pretty cool, though. Are you in the record book? Like, I want to be in the book. I want to order the book. Like, and show
mean,
chat.
Not like the Guinness one, but speedrun.com world record, yeah.
Nah, I'm talking about the
You gotta
Guinness
pay for
World
that,
Record.
bro. That's expensive.
Do you actually?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Guinness world records are bullshit. It's just like who has the most money.
Wait.
Yeah.
How
That's how Rob
much?
Dyrdek has so many.
Yeah.
Wait.
It's not really about like who's the best at something. Other people have the actual world records. It's just you have to pay a ton of money.
$800? Oh no, I'm not doing that. Hey, listen, when I'm a big
Yo.
streamer, I'll do that. That would be good content.
$800 to say best streamer. Eh? Best streamer.
Yo, doesn't make sense. Yeah.
then-
And then what?
Most sexy streamer?
Oh, to Jared or Liam or something?
No, for you. It'd be even funnier. 'Cause they'll be like, what the fuck?
Oh. Sorry for being late. I quit, but it didn't exit me. Oh no, you're fine.
Oh, it's okay, G.
Pocket Mirrors speedrun. First, I gotta know how to play the game. Did I put it on my list of games? I don't remember. I'll write a note in case I didn't. In this farewell. By the way, music is on, so you guys could request music if you want. Go for world's longest leg hair. Honestly, one time I had this really long hair. I don't remember where it was. Oh, I think it was like on my arm. Oh no, I think it was on my nipple. Bro, I pulled that out, and I felt so happy after I pulled that out. Gains World Guinness work from huh? Nathan, I'm not sure what you're saying.
I
World's
think that's supposed to be Guinness, but I don't know what the MKST is.
most
Unless it's Mario
stolen.
Kart Station.
Most stolen. Oh, it's the most stolen book. The Guinness World Record book. Damn. See, this is why I was an
Yeah.
English teacher.
People steal it from schools.
That's so weird. Why?
I have 2 of them.
Did you steal them?
So you know how like the end of school year they tell you to return all your books. I
You
couldn't find the
did.
book,
Oh.
and I just never brought it back because it was my last year at that school.
Yeah. Couldn't find.
Based.
Hint. That is based.
Was it a you know,
Guinness World
What?
Record
You know?
book?
you guys know, right?
I know what you're
Yeah.
talking about, but no, it wasn't
Yeah.
that.
A
Damn.
hentai book?
Yeah.
No, we're talking.
Oh.
No, I was talking about
Elementary
yeah.
school.
Yeah. What was that one book? It's like the Magic Tree House series.
Oh,
You
I
ever
used to
read
read that. Yeah. I used to read that when I was a
Of
kid.
course you would.
It was a good. Whatever.
I read a bunch of them too.
Yeah, of course you would.
No.
I was forced to read them. I was like, fuck. Alright, I guess I have to read this.
No.
Huh? Too sleepy to type it
Run.
correctly? No worries. Come on, Chi, you got this. And Timmy, I guess, is suffering.
Okay, stop there.
Don't go. Don't go. Don't.
Go.
Oh. Oh, good.
Ugh.
Good job, actually. I take it back. Yo, go. Now jump. Yo, let's go, baby. Let's go. What? No, just go in, bro. Go. Don't do this. Yo, even the guy wants you to go, and he's trying
Trying
to
to pull me out.
I thought he was trying to push you in. I stole 20 books at each school I was in, and now I have five. I have 5 manga. Nice.
Manga books.
Manga books.
I don't like manga books.
Me neither. I don't like Japanese people. That's why. Why don't you like it?
I just don't like anime in general.
Oh, fair. No, I actually like anime. I have so much manga, but it's in Japanese, so it's legit. Get the Guinness World Record for most Guinness
Aren't
World
those
Record.
books like backwards? Like you open them from the left, not the right?
It's not backwards. It's just the other way.
It's backwards.
It is
One's correct,
backwards.
one's wrong.
It is
We're
backwards, no?
No, we're backwards.
Yeah, but
Okay,
from
so
our point of view, it's backwards, and from their point of view, like the English version is backwards.
I don't know. When I hear backwards, I think like the front cover is still on the left, but it's not like that. It's just.
Oh, I
it's
see
just
what you mean. It's
the
reversed.
Signs on the other way.
Wait, that
Yeah,
would be
signs
reversed.
on the
Wait,
other side.
wouldn't that be reversed? I don't know, bro.
Math.
Meth.
Words.
Math. Dude.
Yo, what's up, Jimmy? Stream is going terrible because you're not here, but I saw you playing Fall Guys, so what's up?
Yeah,
Come
Timmy
on,
and Jimmy
Jimmy.
needs to be here,
Join
bro.
us. Jimmy's.
Nathan shouts him out. Nice. Bro, he gets
See
the
this clip.
he gets the most shout outs on this channel by far.
See this clip.
Oh shit! I was holding the wrong
Fuck
controller.
Jimmy.
Because
Modcast.
you're amazing.
Yo, modcast clip.
Wait. No, take away the shout out.
No-
We don't need
no
to
way.
see this.
I don't actually know what clip this is. Bad out of context, but I mean it's.
Oh, you're talking.
Oh.
And Jamanda just
I'm not gonna stay up all night. And
I'm not gonna stay up all night, you said.
is that the one where I call Jared a certain band term?
I hope not. a
I like
science?
how we're
Can't
just
get on
talking
there.
over it. Clip the modcast clip. Clip the modcast clip.
Mod classed clip. Nice.
Bro, how do you get on this big rolly thing?
I don't know.
Get on it.
I don't know. Stream is going well though. What you guys are sucking, bro.
Yeah,
How do
I'm
I-
trying to get on this big rolly thing. I'm not even trying to get points.
Bro.
'cause I laughed.
Huh?
Start
We
trying.
need Jimmy. That's why.
We do need Jimmy.
We need Jimmy Timmy.
Timmy. Oh
And
yeah, we
Jimmy.
do need Jimmy.
Pinging me.
I was playing a little, but it messes up my Why does it mess up everyone's PC? Sam also had problems. That sucks. It was Naruto. That's awesome. My brother accidentally stole one book from private school. I've stolen 0. I've also stolen 0. I feel like a cool kid. Not really. But yes, I went. Oh, I got the gold, and we're
We
qualified.
have 64.
Yeah, we just
But
qualified.
we're playing Minecraft later, right?
Not we, me.
Yeah, he's playing it by
Oh.
himself because he's lame.
Is he really? What a fucking
Yeah.
bitch.
Yeah, literally.
Lame.
I'm literally gonna leave. Like, give you less viewers.
That's okay. I just want to beat it. You'll be lurking.
I'm
All
not.
right, thanks for the lurk.
Oh,
Hey, someone actually used unlurk for once.
Here's your mod.
Oh,
They only know it's there.
oh. Anyway, the reason I was doing bad on that one is because I've never. Wow. Churro. Known probably what to do on it.
I don't think I've ever qualified in that one.
I mean, you just have to get the bubbles.
No, I know. I just every team I've been on is just trash.
This one
Oh.
we suck at.
But I'm a beast, so it's okay. Gee.
You mean every time we've been with BK and Jermanda? That's kind of harsh.
Yeah, you see, I'm good. That's the difference.
I'm
Guys,
trash
rush for the
though.
golden hoop. Rush for the golden hoop.
Yep. I might do an unsealer command. That might be good. Oh, someone else got it. Die. I don't know if I'll add a die command, but
Not a kill command. Kill other chatters.
imagine and just times them out for like 10 seconds.
Anyone can use it though.
Yeah.
If they know about it,
Yeah. That would be kind of funny.
it should.
Works on mods
On a-
too.
This is not a Discord server, bro. But it can be. Well, not really.
That- That'll be your thing. that makes
Remember when you had the
special.
Pokemon?
Discord
You had the
Twitch.
Pokemon at the bottom.
I do. I was there.
I missed.
We need a
those.
box. We need a box, boys. Get the box.
You could
Have
get
we
them
only
to
gotten
fight
4?
and
We're
shit.
so bad.
No, never move the
I like my-
boxes. It's a waste of time.
Not
Oh,
this guy's moving
gold!
it for
Gold!
me.
I got it! Let's go! I got a gold. So you guys better play better, because I got a gold.
You're so cracked.
I can't jump. He's moving it.
Yeah, okay,
It's
just ignore it.
trolling.
Ignore it. Ignore it. Go for a different one.
Got one.
Ah!
Got one.
I gotta stop screaming.
How do you get this gold?
We just missed that jump.
Oh my god.
You sound to
This one's a scam.
blow up. There we go. Chimichurro with the music. Let's go.
I
Guys,
got music. You want me to play music?
no.
I just can't hear it. That's why I don't play it.
Do what you want,
Wait,
bro.
I know.
I mean, I'm fine with my music, but Chimichurro has the besto musico. Actually, I don't know if that's true. We need 4 more, guys. 4 score and 10 years ago. Abraham Lincoln was alive. Did I get it? I didn't!
No, you didn't.
2 more.
Okay,
There's a little.
I got
song
one.
for
I
you.
got one. Let's go. Oh, sorry.
One more.
Let's
just need 3
go!
more.
We're
Oh,
the last
never
one to
mind.
qualify.
You
Let's
guys-
go.
I forgot I'm delayed on stream. I was like, you need 3 more.
You sucks? What do you sucks? Stranger Things? I don't watch Stranger Things. Skip the song, please. I'm just joking. I have to say I'm just joking, just in case.
Oh, ping pong's getting famous, bro.
Bro, I've been famous. What are you talking about?
You got 16,000 viewers.
Bro. That's pretty cool.
Oh shit. You do have 60.
If people want to
60,000
play
viewers.
customs, let us know. We didn't have enough people for customs before. So if you want to play customs, just say I in chat. If you're playing right now, if you're one of the squad members, don't say I.
Wait, what do we do?
Oh, it's too late. Whatever. Just say I if you want to play. Customs.
Well, we gotta count 10 people, so
Yeah, yeah.
if we see 10 eyes, then
Wait, what do we do in this?
Oh, you're supposed to
Uh,
build the snowball up and make it stronger by putting it over snow. You do not have permission to use so. I'm sorry. Oh, you're trying to
Push
do
this way.
SR. We push together. If we push together, we win. That's literally how it works. Nothing else matters. And you
Mess
don't.
up blue. Mess up blue.
We are blue.
Or yellow.
Also, you don't need to mess up other people. If we just work together on
Yo.
ours, we'll be good. It doesn't
That's
even
a
matter
good song.
where we push it. Right on shooting
If you
star.
dive into it, it pushes it fast.
Yeah.
That is true.
It goes like. Doom, doom, doom.
They're
Doom,
helping
doom,
us, bro.
doom, 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 doom,
You see, we're
doom,
winning.
doom, doom,
We're
doom.
freaking gods. These reds are like the stupidest minions I've ever seen. Okay, they're actually
Dive into it. If they're messing us up, dive into it.
true. Or just go the same direction they are, and then it's kind of funny. That's why they're losing. They're so dumb. Half their team is literally just they're stream
Yes.
sniping us. Let's go. 101 Dalmatians. Let's go.
Yeah.
You suck at spelling, so it's okay. Easy. Okay, we don't have too many people that want to do customs, so that's fine. That's fine. Easy clap.
Yeah.
Easy clap. My name is Sap Nap. I can't rap, but I need to take a crap. Bars. Do you guys know the freestyle rapper on YouTube? His name is.
No.
Oh
You mean your boy Jimmy?
no.
No, he's
Your boy.
he's cool.
I just followed him though today, but no, not him. I did you because you is the opposite of I. I know.
Wait, what if we shout out your boy Jimmy by accident?
Hexagon, let's go. Just don't do it
I
during.
suck at this one.
Don't do it during like finals like this, you know. The rapper, your boy Jimmy, very good.
I'm gonna go all the way down to the bottom and I'm gonna make it the whole fucking big.
Oh, do that, and no one else knows because they're not stream unless they're stream sniping, which they probably are because I have 70,000
I'm just gonna go
viewers.
AFK.
I've never seen a Fall Guy
someone
streamer
else
with
is
so
doing
many
this.
viewers. What the fuck? You're like at the top of the chart.
Oh shoot, it's just us.
I
Okay,
know, right?
Gotta be slow.
Yo, big streamers could do like
You literally.
what happened?
I saw you
Already
literally
killed one.
just jump down. I
Me?
was like, no, ping.
What?
Oh,
I'm
I'm all the way
still
at the
on
bottom
blue.
already.
What are you saying? I just fell
was
on
like-
red, purple.
Stream delay, stream delay.
Oh. My favorite rapper. Lol.
I'm literally delayed by like 2 seconds.
Hey, don't keep running. Do the jump strat. Yeah. Never
You
mind.
gotta take out the other guys though.
Guys, if you get down to the last one, it's gonna be fully empty, so I hope you don't.
Wait, did you actually?
Yes.
Jesus Christ, bro.
I'm sacrificing myself for you guys.
I really hope it. You should have done the one below as well. I mean, on
No,
top.
some other guy knocked me down.
You gotta take out this
Jump,
guy,
jump,
so-
jump. Oh, never mind. Oh,
Jumping
we have
doesn't help
time.
very much.
Jumping helps a
Yeah.
lot in this game mode.
No, it doesn't if this guy's also trying to kill us.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
No.
We gotta make sure he's not in it.
Everybody should like get a level
Okay, just
below.
us. Be careful, ping.
All right.
On this level. I'll leave you some space. You go.
No, no,
ahead.
it's okay. I'll go the other way.
All right.
Yeah, let's go. We're definitely gonna win. We're all in it. Even
If you guys
Timmy.
No, I'm about to be out.
Oh.
Some guy messing me up.
Take someone with you. Grab them.
We're killing it. I'm still on blue.
Yeah, I am too.
Okay, I took someone with me. All the platforms are gone.
Nice.
We're God. Good shit.
There's only like 1 or 2 down there.
I see it, yeah. Damn, we're killing it. We're about to get purple too. And so one of us is already on purple. Oh, Chi is on purple already, so
I think it's only you guys left.
no
Oh, it
way.
is? Yeah, no, it is. It is. It's just us.
Alright, so I'm gonna push. Alright, don't push me, don't push me. It's-
I fell.
First one to fall,
Sucks.
Just drag it
Oh, no, you monster.
not Chi.
Yes!
You did while you're dead.
I win, baby! Let's go! I mean, we
I
won,
didn't
but
realize there was another layer.
let's go! There wasn't. Timmy took it out.
Yeah, I took it all out.
Mostly. Oh, let's go. I'm a god. Sorry you fell. Don't be sorry we won. It's okay.
You were the last guys. You were the last 3.
Yeah, we're the last 3. And that was the last one, so it's okay. It's okay. See, I'm not bad at this game, right? I'm telling you, 24-hour streams make you better at games. If you play one game for 24 hours.
So you're gonna do that tonight, right?
Yeah, for Minecraft.
Starting right now.
No.
Why not?
Because I'm gonna do a subathon soon. Why would I do that? And I have
It's
a
like
lot
a
to set
little-
up. I have a lot to set
It's a
up.
little taste.
A little promotion.
Little promotion. Like if you like this, come to the subathon.
24-hour Minecraft will be subathon. Nah, I have to set up the Elgato. I have to fix it. I have to set up for music streams. I have to set up for IRL streaming because I want to IRL stream during the subathon. That's the
What are
most
you gonna
that I have
do
to do.
IRL though?
DoorDash.
DoorDash. Imagine.
DoorDash.
That would be hilarious.
I'm just like.
I'm happy you're fully awake,
What if you-
Nathan. We're gonna do Pokemon Go in the city, and we're gonna, if it gets late, we're gonna go to bars.
Yeah, I'm gonna spoof my what's
Maybe
it
not
called?
that.
Spoof my location. And I'll be over
Ping.
where you are.
Ping.
Hell yeah.
What if that that guy you raided the other day asked for DoorDash and then you appear at his house?
Bro, you know
and
what's
he's like, wait a s-
you know what's
And then
funny?
collab.
I've done an Uber Eats delivery to like someone that I went to school with. I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
Yeah, but I don't think he
Did he recognize
recognized.
you?
Nah, I don't think so.
Oh.
So I just gave. I didn't want him to. I just gave it and I left. I was like, "Here's your stupid food." He tipped. He tipped nice, which is okay, you know.
How much?
He gave you that tip,
I mean, it was like a normal tip. I don't remember. A couple of dollars.
$10.
I had a $20 tip once. That was nice.
Do you dislike people that don't tip, or do you not care?
You
Mm.
don't take those orders.
Okay,
Yeah.
mess up this banana guy because banana skin's cursed.
It's up to the DoorDasher if they take the order or not, right? Ping?
Yeah, but people could tip bait, which is they could say they could basically change their tip after they receive the order. So some people will say like $20 tip, and then just so it's delivered faster, and then once it gets there, they take away the tip. That I hate. That I would hate. But I've never gotten an order like that. Nathan gets it.
And you can't tell.
The other team was kind of toxic. Was it actually? That's good. We won then. And I can't tell. Wait, what are you saying? Yeah, there's no way to like know if someone's gonna tip bait. But most
Wait,
people
you can't
aren't.
Put, you can't put stars on the person's profile.
I'm not. Maybe you could report them. I'm not sure. I never thought about it
Yeah.
that much because it never happened to me.
Honestly, report that. That's some shitty ass behavior. I'm gonna start doing that though.
Oh my god, why is the last one so fast?
He's going to twerk. Oh, guys, I just got 52 points for us. I will twerk. What's Vivecraft? I don't know what that is.
You know, you should play IRL Craft.
I think Vipecraft is like mods.
IRL craft. It's like I see a car.
Yeah,
It's a
If
creeper.
you make a server, is it gonna be modded or is it just gonna be vanilla?
I don't think I'll make a
You
server,
gotta mod it
but I don't know.
if you do.
I'll favor the customer versus the dasher. It'll favor the customer. Yeah, dashers. It's pretty shitty. Like, especially since the amount of orders you get is like depends on so many factors. Like, I was getting no orders the past while. That's why I stopped doing it, because like summer is hard in New York. People go out for food. More college students are doing Uber Eats, so it's like you have more supply, less demand. So
More. Yeah, makes
um,
sense. Honestly, everybody goes home. Like 18-year-olds go from college.
Yeah, exactly.
Canada is really good for
You get-
DoorDash.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, everybody goes
Like
out, like you
BC,
said.
yeah.
I should do
'Cause there's not-
DoorDash.
There's
Yeah,
not
go ahead.
really many good places like near people's houses. Where I live? They're like as far as hell, and most people don't have cars, so they're too lazy to go walk there.
Most people don't have cars.
And not a lot of people have cars in Canada.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
either
No
they're
way.
scared to drive or the what's it called company. It's like
American
insurance company. won't give them their license. My brother had to do it, I think, 14 times
What the
before he got his
hell?
license. And it was minor things that he messed up on.
Well, they're probably safer drivers.
It's super strict. Holy crap. Yeah.
It's not that it's safe for drivers, it's more road rage.
Well, if you could drive in New York, you could pretty much drive almost. Well, I shouldn't say that. You could drive in a lot of places. Tips should just be a nice bonus to your pay, and it shouldn't be honestly, you would be surprised. Waiters and waitresses. Well, it depends where, because tips you get cash, so it's not on the books. You don't get taxed on that. Like I had a friend who got paid pretty shit, but he off of tips he was making really good money, and and he was able to also get benefits from the government because they didn't know he was getting that money. So for the employee, it could be bad or good, but yeah, I personally liked Japan just not tipping because you just it's just a set price and that's it. It only works if the workers are paid enough to function without tips. Yeah, exactly. I know a few people that would rather get tips than yeah, that's what I'm saying. What's up, Clear Bright? Sheesh, Clear is here. Bars, how you doing, bro? Haven't talked to you in a minute. For those that don't know, we used to have an older YouTube group, and Clear was in it. Always interesting guy to talk to. How you doing, bro?
So OG.
Yeah. Everyone's an OG. I'm still a small streamer, okay?
No, you've been streaming for 2 years now?
Technically.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, but I'm still tiny. Like, to me, it's like once I
back.
Yeah. Glad to have you back. Are you gonna go back to streaming? And the way I see it, it's like once I can't talk to chat normally and like I can't get to know people, that's the people I already know will be the OGs, I think. I don't know. Probs not for a
Once you
while.
get to a point where you can't meet new people, then that's when like
Nah,
we've evolved past that.
you can always meet new people. Like
I mean, you can, but it's harder when you have so many followers
Yeah,
and like,
that's
You have
what
to do
Go
it through
left
other
side.
mediums.
Go left side.
and you're so famous and like you're making billions,
billions.
Left side will be easier.
and you gotta watch your
Okay.
back because you never know who's fucking trying to backstab you.
That's true. But I will say
Like
like
Doctor, I wouldn't trust him.
it's
True.
true. But like for example, Miskiff, he has like 20,000 follower goals every stream and he hits it like all the time. So I don't know, there's still an audience there. I think I went left side. You always go left side?
No, I was just looking at the map.
Oh.
Like when you could see it.
Gotcha. Rob's not for a while. PC's a potato and Wi-Fi sucks at my new place. New place? Ooh. You're still working you're working at a bar, right? Are you still doing that and like school and stuff? I don't know what's going on with you, bruh. I'm a small streamer, but that's because it's cold in the mornings. Oh, are you supplementing streamer for a different word, or am I misunderstanding?
Yeah, he is.
Nice. Churro acts like a teenager, but he's older than all of us.
Is he?
Churro's old. He's like 70.
Nah.
Oh, I died.
Still, the bar's still
We're not gonna
studying.
He's
qualify.
actually 70. I don't know how he works the computer, but he manages it.
He's cool like that. All right, I just got us 21
He is
points.
cool like that.
Let's go.
He's that cool older grandpa you have. He makes wiener jokes and all that. Wieners.
And he has a nice voice, bro. Yeah, I was gonna say he's 69.
Yeah, he's 69.
Yeah.
I
That's
thought you
literally
knew
what
your
I was
birthday
thinking.
passed.
He's perpetually 69. When do you finish?
Perpetually.
When do you finish school, Claire? I haven't heard from Lux either. I have seen.
No.
I have seen him doing Valorant content though from time to time. Just jump, bro, jump! Now jump and yeah.
2 points.
We're not qualifying.
Yep. Back up, boys.
Back out.
You have one gray hair at your age? That's amazing, honestly.
Bro, I have like 10 gray hairs already. Like the past few
My
years.
butt cheeks have like 3 gray hairs.
How do you know that?
No, they don't. They don't. I don't have gray hairs. I'm still young.
I have gray hair. I don't remember middle path. This time next
This is
year.
my last match.
This time
Whoever
next
wants to
year.
jump in.
Alright. You gonna 5M?
I gotta go start help make dinner.
Aw.
Oh,
What a good person. I would-
Jimmy, he's Canadian, bro. What'd you expect?
True.
Not all Canadians are nice.
I'm gonna
It's
put a
stereotype.
I know.
I'm gonna put a note for
Jimmy
Claire.
knows a Canadian that's not nice. His name is Triple G.
True. Triple J is pretty terrible.
Who's
He's a
Triple G?
shitty person.
He's another
You don't know
streamer.
Triple G? How do you follow this channel and you don't know Triple G?
He's a
Shame
guy.
on you.
I gave
Jimmy.
$100 to him. I donated, and then he never gave it back to me.
You let him borrow it. You
Nah, he's really chill. He was like, "Oh, do you want me to give it back to you?" I was like, "No," because a lot of people probably do that, you know. But I'm like, no, like that's yours. I don't recommend middle paths. I have like 1 gray hair. No one sees it unless I forget to wear pants. It does Valorant clips for
Yeah.
YouTube now. Yeah, that's what I've been seeing. Pog face guy? Huh? Stream Elements is so mean.
Who you talking about, Chi?
Yeah. Yeah, that 3G mother... You spent $100. What are you guys talking about? I'm so confused.
He spent that $100 on Dogecoin. It's gone.
Oh, Triple G. Yeah, Pogface guy. Yeah. Oh, it just clicked in my head because he has a
There you go,
thing.
53 points, please.
He has a thing where it shows his
like
Pog.
he has the Pog face.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
remember now.
Yeah, it's Pogface guy. Good job, Timmy. We're gonna win this one because you're trying. Clear. What's your plan? You're gonna graduate, then you're gonna come back to streaming, make billions, and then retire. Work at a hedge fund, make trillions, and then retire again. You better make it right. Oh yeah, by the way, I took out Crazy Frog from the playlist today. Hello? Do you know? If Jimmy is short for...
Huh?
I took out Crazy Frog from the playlist today.
Yo, Pog.
I got you, bro. IQ plus. If Jimmy is short for James and Timmy is short for Tames, is Dimmy short for Dames? Yes, and Joctor is short for
Thomas.
Thomas. That didn't make sense. That's the plan. Hell yeah. Cheat. Look what Cheese song requested. If you made a shitcoin, what would you all call it? Pink. I don't know.
I will literally like
Dot
skip
coin.
that song.
Bongers.
Pongers. Oh, that's good.
You know what? I will skip it.
Dogecoin.
Just kidding. I can't.
Nice.
Just kidding. The
You
joke's
could-
on you. I
Oh.
can't hear it.
Pong coin. I'm dead.
Pongcoin actually sounds good. Dogecoin. Churrocoin. Checoin.
Dogecoin.
Clecoin.
You should do it.
Oh, Dogecoin. That sounds like doo-doo coin. Which would be accurate, but... Guys, are you guys investing in crypto? You should invest.
I
Nice.
have 17 NFTs or 314 Ethereum.
I wish I was a shill and did all the sponsorships.
Have you ever gotten offered an NFT sponsorship?
No, but the fact that Bosa got rated and got paid a lot of money from an NFT sponsorship makes me think it's possible that it might happen to me one day.
Make a CSGO gambling site.
It's true.
Do what FaZe did. Make a CSGO gambling site.
Wasn't it some Call of Duty guy? Yeah, what was his name?
It was FaZe Clan. I know that.
Bro, I used to love FaZe Clan when I was a kid. Now I look at them and I'm like, what is this? It looks so...
I don't know. My friend made a fake application to join FaZe Clan when they were doing it. It's like Phase 5 or something.
Mm-hmm.
and he put copyright music in it. So so if they
Nice.
used it, they couldn't
That's
do,
messed
copyright
up,
them.
bro. Well, they should check it before. They should have someone checking it.
How
ahead
did
of
we
time.
disqualify?
We disqualified? Wait, who?
Yeah,
I survived. Who didn't survive?
I died.
Oh, well, there you go.
Oh, if you die, you disqualify.
Well, you get less points for the team.
Yeah,
Oh,
Did you die, Doctor?
I did. I
Oh.
was
That's the reason.
yeah paying attention to chat like a good streamer, but
It's okay. It's okay. Hate crypto. Yeah. Crypto is kind of like the internet in the 2000s. It's like,
internet sensation. That's my last one. If anyone wants to join,
all right.
I can join.
See ya. We'll just
See ya,
do.
man.
See ya. We'll do like one or
Bing
two
bong.
more. Wait, let me do the bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Guys, I have to pee-pee. Should I go pee-pee?
yes, let us talk to chat
Yeah.
again.
Alright, I'm gonna go pee-pee.
Yeah, let us control chat. Chi.
Alright, if anyone wants to join, let me know. And I'll, yeah, bye.
How about this? We'll half the offer. So if you get 4 coin flips in a row,
Half the,
Or is
yeah,
it
the
3?
offer keeps getting worse. Yeah, every time.
we could do coin flips. And it can be like a 5k coin flip. And then like
Okay.
you gotta do it how many times?
Oh, that'd be a lot.
5,
And
10,
probably really not a good idea.
20.
You need 2 coin flips. That's
40.
good. Those are good odds. 25% of VIP right now. Tell me those are not great odds. That is the chances of
How about this?
something.
Gee, I'm rooting for you. I really am. I want you to get this. I think you're becoming your worst enemy right now. You just gotta,
Okay.
you
You
know.
see, if you become rich as me by winning coin flips, then you get to start making 75% odds offers. It's
Yeah.
you gotta start small. You gotta build your way up. You take these bad odds in the beginning. Take the 25%. You win it, and then
Gee,
you get to manipulate others.
you can here. Let me tell you right now. Google coin flip favors tails.
Bro, you can have tails
That's
both
all I'm gonna
times.
say.
That would
Your
help.
odds are actually closer to 40%.
Yeah.
But you can also just choose heads. And you
Okay.
can
I have a way to give you 75% odds.
Guys,
So-
stop trying to get cheat to gamble.
No,
Jesus.
okay. Hear me out. So, if you just earn the points, right, you're gonna earn 100,000 points. That's 4 different times that you could make a 25k coin flip. Each time it's 25%. 25 plus 25 plus 25 plus 25 is 100. So if you just do the gambling, you will get VIP in the same amount of time or
Bro,
less.
do what you want to do. Don't listen to them. Wow, quick math.
that's actually really smart because yeah, you'll eventually get it.
Wait, let me blah, blah. Sorry, go ahead. Okay. No, not for that. I couldn't care less except when it ruins tech prices. Fair enough. I don't hate crypto or NFTs. I just feel like it's kind of dumb to invest in them unless you know you're just gambling. But you do you know. That's not specific to anyone, but they did something in LA and I hated it. Yeah. F crypto, get in that NFT game. GPUs are back down. Hell yeah. I have no money, but that's good to know. There are a lot of better things to say there. You want 75% odds. Wait, what? Can I pay you 24k points to just get VIP? No, you could pay me 100,000 points to get VIP.
You could get 100,000 points. Coin flip with me twice.
Tonight. You can make it happen right now.
Should I play
Well, well,
Minecraft? All right, let me
make
join
you
the
play
server.
cards.
Let me join the server.
Yeah,
Oh,
did you get
okay.
Bedrock?
I got Bedrock
Oh,
today.
yeah.
I spent
Nice.
time to
Did
actually
you
get it.
update the server? You need to update
What?
it. You need to update
I
the
did.
server.
I updated Minecraft.
Okay. Then have you loaded in since you've updated it?
No.
You need to do that, otherwise none of us can play.
Wow.
Alright.
So you guys aren't ready for me, is what you're saying?
I had to go on PC earlier because the server wasn't updated.
Wow. Wow.
Wait, why PC?
Because
Does
my
it-
Switch was updated, but my PC version was not updated.
Because political
Mm.
correctness. What? All right.
Yes.
We only have 3 people, so I'm sorry, Chi. We're gonna end Fall Guys for now. We're gonna play some Minecraft. Wow! Oh my god! In a server
We
that
can
Dinell
also do
has.
Gamba.
I could do Gamba, yeah.
Oh, she's a part of it.
Because political.
She can join.
Oh, Chi, yeah? Oh, nice. Well, can I even join?
I think so.
Is it gonna work?
Wait. It deleted.
Hey.
Huh?
Huh?
The ROM's gone.
All right,
Damn.
come on, bro. Just update it.
Oh no. What the hell happened?
That sounds.
Dude.
No, it's right
You-
there. I see it right now.
You're trolling, bro. Just do it. Come on.
I'm
You can't
joking.
trick me, bro.
Oh, that's a cute dog.
Yeah, he's dead now.
Damn, Bang. Wait, you gotta put it like that.
I don't know. I miss him, man. I miss him every day. Sorry, what'd you say?
Alright, what's your username?
I don't know. Ping Pong Masters. Wait, do I have to go off? Do I have to like do this off? Like,
I would, well, I mean, we're gonna be able to see your username anyway. I don't think that's.
for the code or something? I don't know how this works.
Danelle's gonna have to invite you, so there's no code. But
Okay. Well, maybe I just want people
I'll
to
just-
look at my face. Okay.
Fair.
Just kidding. When dog is dead, cries. Why you say it like that? But yeah. I cried the most the first night. A little bit the second night. I didn't cry at all today or yesterday or the day before, I think. But I feel really sad, you know? Especially like when I'm eating something that I would just throw on the floor for him. You know, now I throw it on the floor and I eat it myself off the floor. It's not the same. So,
that is an option.
yeah.
Alright, you're invited. Come in.
Let's go. Imagine you invited a different person. I pressed launch
Join.
game. Oh, you invited me.
Yo.
When dog is dead, cry, cry, cry. Guys, we have our own emotes, okay? I practiced my LMG and I made 100% of them. What is LMG? I love this song.
You don't
Any-
have a cry emote. You
I-
only have this.
I don't have a cry emote?
No.
Oh. Never mind. Use Jimmy's emote.
We'll use Jared's instead. Where's Jared's cry emote?
No sad pink emote. Because I'm never sad. That's why. Ooh. That's not true.
Shut
Wait.
up when your
Jared doesn't
dog
have one
dies.
either.
Bro,
Shoot.
how does this work? I don't get it. It's so confusing.
What do you mean?
I thought I
You can
got
share
it.
Screen in Discord if
What? I have like 4. Oh, here I found it. I got it. I'm a
You
genius.
should be in friends.
It's just so complicated. Like, why? Why do they do that?
yeah.
Doctor, you go to him. I'm still mining diamonds.
Just kidding.
Will do.
All right, I'm pressing play and then friends, and then I got a message, and then I pressed accept and giant craft, and I pressed, and then I pressed proceed, and then it's loading, and
Oh, Ping Pong
You're
Monsters
in.
joined the realm.
oh, it's nighttime. That's scary. Well, I have to turn off the music. Wait, give me a second. I don't want to hear no Minecraft
Hey.
right now. There we go. Oh my god, bro. My light is on me. So it's kind of dark. It's hard to see even more.
Want to do what
Ah,
Clover
ah!
did and
There's a
try
zombie.
surviving by yourself?
Oh, there's
Yes.
phantoms. We haven't slept in forever.
Oh, no, please sleep,
Even worse
please.
for Ping.
No, I don't want to get teleported. I want to do it like I just started the game. Because I did. I want to... Ping has forgotten the hat. I have a hat on, no? Wait, what? I need to get wood. See, I know how to play.
I think
this.
you. Whoa! Oh, I'm so glad I mined these. Ooh, I'm so glad. Found diamonds. Ooh.
Ah! Bro, what the hell? There's so many. That scared me. Wait, can I eat mushrooms or do I have to? Do I have to?
You gotta make stew if you want to eat them.
That actually scared me. This is why I hate Minecraft. This is scary.
Oh, Joctor. I'm at 28. Just 4 more.
When will it become? I'm here because of the Jewish tag. Nice. Let's go. It
No
finally
way.
it finally
It
worked.
actually worked.
Let's
It
go.
actually works.
Are you
Okay,
Jewish or do you hate?
Sorry.
Are you
Or do
Jewish?
hate the Jews? We
Yeah.
accept both.
Oh,
I'm Jewish.
We like
Oh,
controversy.
I
here.
found the creeper. I found the thing going downstairs and a creeper killed me.
tragic.
אתה מדבר. אני יודע קצת עברית. Damn, you speak Hebrew too.
Ping just speaks Japanese because he's a weeb.
אני רק יודע קצת. Yo, wait, I'm gonna go down this tunnel. Wait, that's not. You guys didn't build anything here. It stopped.
That was
Ktsat.
probably
Nice,
mine
man.
instead of just getting stone.
Thank you. Do you live in Israel? 'Cause that would be crazy.
What if he lives in New York and he's like your neighbor, and he's behind you?
I'm in New York. Oh, I think
Does New York?
the second
met some
highest,
people.
second highest in the world is in New York. Jewish population.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
I know. I met some dudes. That came to
There's
my
a
town
golden. Why
from
does
New
he
York,
have? He has golden armor. Stupid.
and they were Jews,
Yeah.
and I was like,
hard
"Do you
mode
know a
is.
streamer by Ping Pong?"
Wait, no, don't. Oh, you don't need to kill them. It's okay. I want to
I was just
survive.
stalking you and-
I live in North Carolina, dude. Cool. Do you know Mr. Beast? JK.
Watch him say yes.
I wouldn't be surprised. Sorry to bother you, but what does it say? I'm just asking out of curiosity. Wait, what does what say? Oh, we're just saying like he asked. I'm assuming maybe she asked if I speak Hebrew, and I was like, I speak a little bit. You are Jewish, nice. I meant that you only have to wear it for some time. I might have missed one or two of your messages, Chi. I'm sorry. I said, yeah. I know where Mr. Beast lives. There you go. He lives in Green. Yeah, I actually saw that online. Why am I just walking? I'm waiting for it to get morning so all these mobs don't kill me. It starts. Oh, I found a spear?
No way.
You
Oh.
found a trident?
I died?
Oh,
Alright, whatever. I suck at this game. Yeah, I was trying to burn calories.
Once Doctor gets you, he'll give you everything
I
you
already
need.
got to him. He said
Oh.
he didn't want anything.
Oh, I didn't forget about the hat. I just wanted to keep it on. But I'm gonna take it off now. Watch you go.
Anyways, you forgot to welcome the.
Yeah, welcome,
person.
Zuxi. That's so cool. I don't think anyone in chat
Where's-
is Jewish other than me and my sister who pops in sometimes.
We were making jokes about that earlier. We were like, we're never gonna get a Jewish viewer.
Yeah,
Look at us now.
we were wrong.
We were
The
wrong.
chicken hat comes back on.
Zuxi is like, I'm gone.
Dude, I love mending. Mending is so good.
Have you been to
Thank you,
Israel,
darling.
Zuxi? Out of curiosity. Chicken hat. Nice. I figured someone might do that. The way they were before. I don't even recognize them anymore. Let's go get that Minecraft. You
I
see,
just realized that Nathan probably has a lot of points because he probably redeems it back to himself.
don't say that. He might think of doing that now. I didn't even think about that. What
I
hat?
do that.
Why'd you do hats off? I was hoping you wouldn't. I went on birthright and then skipped my flight home. Damn, you fell in love with Israel that much? Nice. My parents were pissed. I could see why. That's crazy. I did birthright too. For those that don't know, birthright is like there's a lot of like religious slash rich Jewish people that live in Israel that like sponsor Jewish people to come to Israel for free, so that they could fall in love and live there pretty much. So I did that as well, but I didn't I didn't like some of the vibes when I went. I loved Jerusalem though. Sorry, go ahead.
So what you're telling me is that if I was a kid and I was like, I want to be a Jew, I could go to Israel, even if I
For
wasn't.
free.
Even if I wasn't like
You don't need, they pay for
Would you
your flight, they pay for everything.
But how do I prove that I'm a Jew?
Yeah, some people go that aren't Jewish actually. All right, I'll be right back. I got to get another hat. Being paid to
Damn, I should have done that. I kind of
All right.
regret it. If
Outdated client, my
if
client.
only
Oh, I don't know.
wait, Ping.
Wait, did you look at
would you
chat?
have
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
would you have taken friends if you could? You
I
should have.
did. I did take friends.
You all your friends that weren't Jewish.
No, I went
What?
to I went to high school with a lot of Russian Jews. So,
Oh, that's dope.
yeah. You have to be bar mitzvahed. I don't think you even have to be. I knew someone that went that like faked it. She said like her grandma was Jewish or something. And she was like full Mexican. So,
I should have gone.
you still could. Do you know what well, I don't know about with COVID and stuff, but do you know she is asking you something, you know, being paid to fall in love. Bar mitzvah is basically when you turn 13 in Jewish tradition, you become a man, and there's like a celebration, you read from the Torah and stuff. That's when I got my dog on my bar mitzvah because I didn't want to party, and I was like, can we get a dog instead? So we got a dog that passed away.
To answer your question, Chi,
like last week.
update your Minecraft and then
Yeah, there was
log
an update
out.
today. If
There was an
it
update.
just hasn't shown up, so check for it manually. If you
Yeah.
haven't already, that might be why.
Rip little pooch. True. Can because I'm on mobile, so I can't do other cool things. Gotcha. North Carolinian Jewish person. That are there a lot of Jews in North Carolina? I invited like 20 girls to my bar mitzvah. Only one showed up. Ah, that's so sad.
Hey, she's a real one though.
Yeah, wait, what happened with that girl? He's like, she was ugly. She was terrible in every way. Her personality was trash.
Damn, Ping.
Yeah.
Let him talk first.
a
Don't put
hater.
mouths.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
He's just jealous. He's just jealous. Ignore him.
No girls came to his bar mitzvah.
Not really. I was
No
awkward.
girls came to it.
No, my cousin was there.
Oh.
Your sister?
She was kind of gross. You see? If all the other ones didn't show up and only she did, like she had to be a little different, you know? She only came because she was friends with my friends. Poggers or Rip? I don't know. Wait, Poggers? That my dog?
I kind of want to know more.
Sorry,
What
go
was
ahead.
it?
Nothing, go ahead.
I kind of want to know more now. Like,
About this bar mitzvah?
yeah, I'm intrigued.
Okay, I don't remember how to do anything in Minecraft. How do I use my stuff? Is it tab? What button makes the menu? E? E. It's E. Yeah. E. Does it not show me what I could craft? Oh, it does. Oh my god. Oh, I made so many. Oh. Wait, why is it yellow?
Why is what yellow?
Isn't there a way to just take all of them? What is it? Shift, right? Oh my god, I actually remember this shit. Oh, that's so cool. I just want one of these, though. Okay. Friends of my friends are to die. Huh? Oh, there's a fox next to me. Can I name him and stuff? I need a nameplate or something, right?
You're gonna kill friends?
No. I want to do everything, like,
Okay.
yeah.
You want to find your own name tag? Go ahead.
All right. Well, you don't need to give me
I'll sell one
attitude,
to you,
bro.
though, if you want. Like, you know,
Nah.
it's yourself. I'll just sell it.
Nah.
Yeah. Trade.
Chest is good.
We're starting an economy in this.
Yeah, that's why Danelle's
server.
at 32 diamonds.
Wait, don't I want sticks and then pickaxe, right?
Yeah, that would be a good start.
Yeah. I know how to play this game. She only currently looking for an NJG that isn't so religious that she can't touch me. NJG, what is NJG? Non-Jewish goy? Is that what that is? Goy means non-Jewish person, for those wondering. In Yiddish, I guess. I don't know. Is PP in the world by himself? No, there's other people here. It's like a server that Dinel has. I don't know if he
Yep,
wants you in the
I'm in.
server
I'm playing.
because you would destroy everything, but you could ask him.
Yeah.
Oh, a nice
I've
Jewish
been
girl.
warned about you.
I didn't warn you about him. Did I?
Wait, who said that there's no good girls at the wedding?
Oh, my aunt. Oh yeah. I went to my cousin's wedding, Zuxi. Jewish wedding. My cousin's Jewish, obviously, whatever. And the bridesmaids right next to the bridesmaids, she goes to like like a family friend and says, "You're so cute. Too bad there's no good girls here. No cute girls here for you." Bro, how messed up is that? Oh, that's funny though. Nice Jewish girl. Bro, try J-Swipe. That's what I'm gonna do once I have money. Because you need money.
Gotta pay to get into J-Swipe? Damn.
Flare, welcome. What's the IP? It's not my server. So
It's a private server.
yeah, it's a private server.
Yeah.
Sumimasen.
Only people we trust. Sorry.
But if you stick around, maybe we'll trust you over time. So there is that
It's gonna
possibility.
take a long time though.
Oh.
Long time.
Apparently it'll take a long
Like-
time.
At least a year.
Like a week.
What?
At least a year.
Well, it's not my server,
Hey.
so. Oh my god. I'm not desperate enough for J-Swipe. Fair. You don't need to be desperate for it. Well, yeah, what were we gonna say?
I mean,
I will say you could join the server and there's a good amount of people that play Minecraft here. So in the future, like some viewers might make a server and stuff, so you could join the community if you want.
Yeah. so far we have how many in this server? We have
You have to completely uninstall it. Oh, that sucks. You don't have
1,
Jimmy
2,
online.
3, 4.
You moved from Tinder to Hinge.
16.
Tinder, from my understanding, I don't use dating apps much, but I don't really have any money right now. But if I did, I would use them. At this point, I would. But Tinder is Tinder, from my understanding, is just for hookup culture, right? If you're looking for a nice Jewish girl, yeah. If you're looking for a nice Jewish girl, then Hinge or Bumble, definitely better. I'd go for J-Swipe though. My cousin actually met his girl on J-Swipe, the one that he just got married to. So there is that.
This is a sign for you. Go to J-Swipe now.
Yeah,
This is
Zuxi.
definitely not an ad.
Don't use
We're
code
s-
PING.
Sponsored, by the way.
Yeah.
Done.
We're actually the developers of the app.
Nathan's like, done. I've been following for over a year. Let me join.
What if you're an outed Jew and you go there and you have pictures of you in Israel?
That's what I'm thinking. Like, can't you just lie on J-Swipe?
I mean, if you're looking for a partner, a lifelong partner, it's gonna be hard to lie.
Imagine you lie and you like get married through J-Swipe, and like the whole
I
time
mean,
you think they're Jewish.
I'm sure there's people that like converted to Jewish, you know?
To Judaism. Yeah.
Yeah, Judaism.
PP wants some light. Nah, it's okay. I'm gonna make it right now. I'm a Minecraft pro. You need sticks.
I want to just turn up your gamma just for stream because it is pretty dark. But you're cool.
Oh. Oh, is that what he meant?
Well, no, he was gonna tell you about torches, but turning up your gamma might help make it more visible for stream.
Oh.
Yeah, that way they don't just see a black screen.
Yeah.
What's wrong with black?
It's
I'm just
tends to
joking.
be arrested more often.
Wow.
That was the statement that you made.
I mean, that is true, but okay. I don't know
I'm
what you want me to
joking.
do with that information.
I
Okay.
have no
I need-
evidence to back that fact.
So back that.
I need coal, right?
Yes, or charcoal.
Okay, how do
Damn, we just lost 4 followers.
I
Let's make it 10 more. Everyone,
Da-
you know what to do.
Download J Swipe isn't circumcised. Yeah, that would be bad, I think. Wait. Oh yeah, I could make a furnace like inside here, right? Wait, first, how do I
You gotta get a crafting table.
No, not that. How do I gamma what? What do I do?
And settings. Probably visual settings.
Oh, should I do the brightness up also?
Yeah.
Gamma is brightness.
Oh.
Or I don't think there's a separate option. Should be
Oh.
under video, yeah. Oh, I guess there's brightness. Does it not show gamma anymore?
I don't know. Whatever, it doesn't
I
matter.
guess it's just brightening. It used to be called gamma.
Maybe it's Java Bedrock difference. If I'm right, I've been watching since either the 11th or 23rd of November. Damn. You could go bad. We have a VODs channel, exclamation point VODs. So you could check that out. See how long you've been following. But if you're serious, looking for a nice Jewish girl, I would honestly recommend J Swipe. But
Maybe
I mean,
check out the Discord and see if you find any.
make a
You got
furnace.
2 options.
Bro, Nathan, I know how to do this, okay? I don't want people to backseat game right now, okay? I know how to make a furnace.
You want me to add the no backseating tag? I got you.
Thank you. Sometimes I'll ask for help, but right now I'm good. You guys will just suffer watching me play like an idiot. What do I need for furnace? Okay, what do I need for furnaces, guys?
Stone, cobblestone.
Cobblestone.
Don't I have a bunch? Yeah.
Are you in a crafting table?
Yeah, I was before. There's no gamma option on Java. Oh. I went looking through your Discord to see when streams were. Gotcha. Make a furnace and put oak. Well, I could see when you joined the Discord first, I think. I'm 23, dude. J-Swipe is not the vibe yet. Alright, yeah, you do you. I'm 25. When I was 23... Yeah. I mean, everyone's different. I need a few houses before all that, or I'm gonna get laughed at. Who cares, bro? Do what you want to do. Oh, I found furnace right here. I'm gonna make more than one. Only pros know about that.
Go into the magnifying glass tab so it shows everything at once, not just the specifics.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, does it matter which way it faces?
Furnace? No.
Well, it's annoying me. I'm gonna make it the other way.
Boo boo.
Just flex on
Bing
Pink for
bong.
not having a bed.
8 cobble. I don't think I joined immediately, but D now left.
Yeah, I left because I don't have a bed.
Oh.
Oh, Pink doesn't have a bed either. Don't. Just.
Wait, if I
let me
leave,
know
does
if
it save?
Yeah.
All right, so I'll leave so you could make it morning.
Yeah. Okay. If you want to.
I already did.
Wow, I just
No, get outta
joined.
here.
Oh, Dinell.
It's because the doctor
Okay.
said, don't worry about
It's
it.
morning.
And I was like,
I
okay.
assumed you wouldn't want to leave, but it is morning if you'd like to join back.
Bro, Zuxi, from my understanding, everyone around me wants to be like financially set before settling down, getting married, and all this stuff. But like, I don't know, like, it is what it is. It might be cooler to go through that process with another person, which is what people tell me. They're like, it doesn't matter that you have no money. You should
Honestly,
go.
it doesn't.
do-
It's
yeah.
more fun when you have no money.
Yeah,
Because it's like starting a game with someone, you know?
yeah, but
It's
if,
like starting Minecraft server, you know? You got the house, you're starting to rent, you're building up, you get the couch.
yeah, but they're probably gonna be way ahead of me. That's the problem. That's not a
It's
problem,
okay.
but it might be weird. I don't know.
I don't
Bing
think it
bong.
is. Do you think it's wrong that your partner is better than you or making more money than you?
No,
As long as you're happy,
I wouldn't mind being the house husbando. That's true.
I wouldn't mind that either. I want to learn. I want to.
Ah!
Well, I want to become a better.
What just
cook.
hit me?
So like being a house husband would be
Oh,
pretty neat.
an arrow. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry for talking. An arrow hit me.
More
Oh
time for myself.
my
I
God!
could
just-
play games with y'all.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, die! Oh my God!
Clean the house, make food.
Ah! Bro,
Play
I'm about to
games.
die. I'm about to die. Are you serious?
Ooh, more diamonds.
Wait, I have to kill a shep. I'm not gonna be a house husbando. Definitely not. All right. You do you, bro. I didn't think I would be either, but now I'm a streamer, so you know I don't have many choices left. No, I honestly want to learn how to cook and like well and all this stuff too. And I love like children, but not in a weird way. So
Yay.
okay,
Yo,
why am I making stone? Oh, I'm so bad at this game. Oh my god.
Yo, 45 diamonds. Let's go.
Damn, nice.
Oh, nice.
Log on top to get charcoal. Oh, thank you. I don't think I joined
Mhm.
immediately, but possibly. I despite children. I love children. Jesus, there's no way of saying that in a normal way, huh? But yeah. Yes, I didn't die. I'm a freaking god at this game. Cook your logs instead
Come
of
on.
smelting logs. But how could I cook them if I have nothing to cook them with? Wait, you could just cook them?
With the log.
Oh.
And then cook the log with charcoal.
Oh, I got it. Thank you, guys. Actually, yeah, it's okay that you guys are helping me out. What do I do with brown mushrooms? How do I make them stew?
You're gonna need a brown one and a red one and a bowl.
Oh, that's a lot of
Or
work.
stew.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a puppy. I should kill it.
Oh, you have red ones. Okay. Yeah, make some stew.
But I need a bowl.
A bowl is
Just
3
make a bowl.
wood.
It's made out of wood.
I'm just gonna get more wood for now. I'm gonna be a wood guy.
It's wood. It's just 3 wood, and you make like a little V.
Sword.
You have both?
Sword.
Okay. Charcoal is much better than wood. Yeah. Zuxi, what's your plan? You want to go into real estate? Like the stereotypical Jew?
You got that silver tongue?
True. No, because he said that he wants to have a couple of houses first.
Oh, I thought he meant like own a couple houses. I was like,
Oh, maybe.
good luck with that.
I mean, maybe. I don't
insane.
know.
You do you, bro.
I was assuming real estate.
That
What do you-
probably makes more sense. But I
What do you
don't
do right now, bro? You don't mind me asking. Alright. I'm a pro gamer. I'm a pro gamer. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise, Pink. You're a pro gamer. Ah! Alright. Oh, I have 2. That's right. I could just do this. There we go. Bro, I keep pressing the wrong buttons. I gotta get used to it. Alright, now I'm just gonna add a thingy here. IQ, let's go. Thank you.
Of course.
IQ plus, baby. Alright. You're gonna be here. I don't need a sword. Let's get a pickaxe. Na, 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 na. By the way, you could request music, anyone in chat, if you want. Here's the info about that. Let's make 1 wooden pickaxe. Let's get some torches in here. Oh, I could just right click on it and it'll automatically make everything. Oh, that's good. Let's get our coal back in there. Crazy frog. Nice. You can use a controller if you want.
Frog.
Yeah, my controller wasn't working. So I was just like, whatever.
Yeah, on Minecraft you can only use an Xbox controller.
Oh, that's
On PC.
dumb.
It's weird. I had the same problem earlier.
Oh, okay, thanks
You can
for letting me know.
You can download a program that lets you use other ones, but I just ended up using mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, I have DS4 Windows. I've used it in the past, but usually if a game, yeah, it's just more work. But you guys don't hear clicky sounds or anything, right? Windows doesn't have PlayStation. Yeah, that makes
I don't
sense.
think so. It's not Windows that doesn't have it.
They probably don't support it
I-
purposefully, no?
Well, no, because I can play it on other games, but
No,
that's-
Microsoft, I mean.
well,
'Cause-
like Microsoft games specifically.
Yeah.
But like a Windows computer, yeah. I don't know.
That would
It's
make sense to me. I just realized chat kind of blocks the items in my inventory, but it's not bad, right?
It's fine.
No. As long as you see it, I think people can tell what it is.
Yeah. What is the position that's best again? Y11?
For diamonds? No, it's
Yeah.
negative 56.
Bro, stop
the
it.
No, the game has changed a lot.
Oh wait, really?
It goes down to negative 60 now.
Bro, I was
Or-
on 56. I thought you were trolling.
No,
That's
negative
funny.
56 is that far.
That's hilarious. Okay.
Right now I'm negative 59.
I'm on 53.
I'm on negative 57.
I need
I'm
to
not looking
I need to find I need to make more wood, bro. What's it called? Pickaxe, right? Ooh, I got a stone pickaxe. Let's go. You guys are like, huh. That would have taken me 5 seconds.
No, I'm proud of you.
Aw, thank you.
Doctor got full enchanted
Wait,
armor
hatchet. I wanted a
2
hatchet.
days.
Yeah, well, Doctor played a lot. Okay. Axe.
Doctor spread run that shit.
I like building stuff and like having connections to animals.
Have you seen my house?
No, and I don't want to see it. I want to be exposed to it in the game naturally, if that makes sense.
Sound like Amanda.
Oh.
Amanda has a lot of animals.
Yeah, animals are great. Like this dog keeps staring at me, but he's stupid. Like I don't have a name tag. Like what do you want from me, dog?
Feed it bones.
Oh, I have bones. Oh yeah, that's how you make them love you, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. Thank you. Yeah.
Doctor, did you see the
He
video I
loves
sent?
me, bro. I only had 2 bones and I used it, and he loves me. Let's go.
Which video to know?
I
The
got an
one
achievement.
I was talking about that Amanda shouldn't watch.
Oh, I scrolled through it to see what you're talking about, but no, I didn't watch it.
Did you see the part I was talking about?
I did not. I thought it was
It's at
gonna be
the
a
very
spider.
end.
So I just looked for spiders, but
Alright, I'll tell
watch
you.
it later.
Alright, you go watch it then.
Windows actually has built-in Xbox controller support, so you can kind of control your computer with an Xbox controller. That's cool. I already have the PS5, so that's why I just use this one.
Yeah, I tried using a PS4 controller. That's what I use for like speedrunning on PC, but
Nice.
Minecraft doesn't let it.
That's
No Minecraft
fine.
speedruns.
Yeah.
Would you
That's okay.
speedrun
I wanna
Minecraft?
speedrun- No, this game's fucking shit for speedrunning. I hate RNG games.
Yeah, I understand completely. That's why I would never do it too. Luxio was doing it at one point. I was like, how could you do this, bro? There's so much RNG involved. I would go insane. Imagine you like did everything perfect, but the RNG is terrible and you have to reset like 20 minutes in. Jesus. This sounds
I mean,
terrible.
all games are RNG games, like when you get to the really high level, but games that are already RNG games
Yeah.
get terrible. When
It's
you're
just
talking
too
about, like,
much,
max
man.
level. Yeah.
Okay, I can't get that. Bro, this dog actually reminds me of my son. He's so cute.
Oh.
Alright, where's my thing? I don't
Also, modern Minecraft speedruns, they use like a calculator
Mhm.
that they like use coordinates to triangulate the stronghold. It just looks like they're cheating because
Yeah.
I
I've
don't
seen
know,
that
it's
a
weird.
bit as well. Oh, Crazy Frog is next.
No!
She did it on purpose.
Damn you, Chi!
Wait, I don't know where my cave is.
If
I lost
Please
it.
don't play it again, Chi. I swear to God, I will ban it. I will ban you.
Bro,
Yeah,
guys, I lost my cave. What do I do?
find a new one.
Find a new
No,
one.
I worked so hard. I had furnace. I had everything there, bro. That was my cave.
Well, if you really cared, you would have remembered the coordinates.
I know. Chat.
Back.
Mods.
No.
Mods. No.
Oh,
You're
there's
on
a
your own.
creeper.
You didn't want our help in the game. You don't get our help in the.
Guys, there's too many.
That's
There's
great.
too many. There's too many. There's too many things. Can you all sleep? Can you all sleep, please? My
You have a
dog's gonna
bed?
die. Yo, what's up, Diego? I don't have a bed, no.
Again?
All right, I'm moving
Hi,
location.
Diego.
I'm going to the beach. Because I'm gonna forget
You're
where I
playing
am.
hard, by the way.
Yeah.
Good. I'm not a loser. Ah! Ah!
So far, I have 2 stacks of diamonds. So I've paid off my debt and then some.
Nice. I kind of like it too. Gee.
Should have charged you more.
How you
Diego.
doing, Diego? Oh, I found it! I found it!
You charged me a whole ass stack of diamonds.
Wait, someone made that.
Yeah, but in the long term,
Guys, someone made a crafting table here and I found it.
no.
I know that's not that impressive, but it's like civilization kind of, so it's kind of cool.
I usually break my crafting tables. It probably wasn't me. Might have been Chronic.
Maybe it was Amanda's.
I can't run anymore.
No.
I have no food. Ah!
Wait, where are you?
Really-
I'm about to. Oh, I found a boat! I can go!
That's Clover. That's Clover's stuff. I know that. That's Clover.
Oh no, I'm just gonna stay in the boat, bro. I literally can't do anything. I just hope none of those sea things kill me. Your Minecraft doesn't work? Oh, it sucks. Oh, I need to become sun so I can eat. What's good for food
Doctor.
except animals?
Golden carrots.
Well, like at my like for where like for me.
You can make mushrooms too. You do have the mushrooms. I would recommend doing that.
Bro, I'm gonna die again. This is so hard.
Doctor, how much for a
What server is this? This is Dinel's
Fire.
server.
For a while.
fire book? What's it called? The fire or the
Fire
sword?
aspect.
Fire
I-
aspect.
I'll give you a wooden. I mean a.
Oh, there's light now.
iron sword for
There's
fire
light.
aspect on it for free.
Can you guys go to sleep, please?
I'll take it. I just need it for
Yeah.
Are you guys gonna go
for
to sleep?
cooking meat. It's just handy
don't
for
like
like
that
killing the
one.
cows and then instant meat.
What's this?
That way I don't have to go cooking it.
Oh my god, I'm so bad at this game.
Find some sheep and. make
Where's my
some
doggo? Yeah, but I can't now. There's mobs everywhere.
And kill a spider.
Everyone needs to sleep to sleep? Yeah, but I could just leave the server and then they sleep, right?
I'll
What-
leave.
Will my dog die?
No, unless it already died.
It's my server, Timmy.
I found a chest. Wait, I found a chest. It's empty.
Me when Ping didn't leave. Oh, you found a ruined portal. Nice. It is morning.
It's morning?
Uh huh.
Okay, that was fast. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, I don't want to stay on the magma. I've learned that when I played Minecraft before.
Just shift.
You
and you'll
do.
be fine.
Ah! I just stood on it for some reason. I don't. Okay, I need to do something. I was progressing so far for me, and then I just screwed it up. Oh, it looks like there's something there. I need to find animals and slay them. Kill
They
them.
spawn a lot, so I think you'll be fine.
People leave crafting tables randomly, no need to keep them, yeah. I played Minecraft on... I never played Minecraft before, and then I played it on stream like 2 years ago. On a server like with other streamers. It was pretty fun. And then it just died out. And then I had my own server trying to beat the game, and I had my own stuff and everything. I might go back to that world later. During the subathon, maybe. Just to see what's going on. Oh, that would be crazy. Imagine I return to it. And try to beat the game on it. I might do that.
You won't.
That could be cool.
I
We
think
are
I
all gonna
will.
beat this dragon together at some point, but you
Yeah.
can do it yourself first if you wanted.
Yeah. Another crafting table. Oh, it's so nice.
Have you found a stronghold, Doctor?
I have not looked.
Wait, food. Animals. That's the only way food? No. The mushrooms you said. The mushrooms.
Yeah. You see the bowls? That's one of the things you can craft. It has a 72 on it.
Gotcha. Okay, let's go bowls. I want those balls. I actually don't see it, but I'm gonna type it.
Near the
I
bottom.
found it.
That works too.
Oh, there's quite a bit. And then I need a furnace. Ah, that scared me, bro. I don't need a furnace. Aw, you subscribed. Thanks, Clear. Wait,
So
stew.
sweet.
Well, I gotta make some
Sing
stew,
the
bro.
song. Sing the song. Sing the song.
Of course I'll sing it. I just need to eat stew, bro. How much does it give?
Thank you for
Oh, it gives a good amount. I need to... Alright, I got you clear.
Thank you.
No, I don't have enough. Are you kidding me? How about an egg? Can I eat an egg?
You make it
You can
into a
cook an
cake.
egg. Yeah.
I can cook an egg?
Are you trying to be vegan or what?
No, I'm just trying to survive. Wait,
Just kill the cow.
I don't see a cow. Alright. You ready, guys? I pressed... Oh, there it is. Thank you for the sub. Clear. We missed you. Clear. Bright 99. Love you, bro. Thanks for the sub. Damn. That's it. Huh?
You should have waited for the subathon though.
Oh yeah, we're gonna do a subathon this weekend starting. First subathon ever, possibly. Epic. You've been subbed for 12 months. Jesus Christ. 1 year anniversary. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. I can't believe it. It's been that long. I'll be gifting. Oh, that's so sweet. Appreciate it, bro. Diego left the stream flashbacks. Oh yeah. You should, for those that don't know, Diego he made a channel, like a fan channel on YouTube to make clips. And it was actually like great clips on that channel.
Of you?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. Bro, link the channel,
Wow.
Diego.
Link it. I don't think I've seen this.
Really?
This was
Before your time,
this was
maybe?
during like this was when I was working, so I didn't really watch much of
Gotcha.
Ping Pong Masters.
It wasn't even on a fan
I just-
channel. It was my own account. Yeah, go
I would
ahead.
just pop in on weekends and watch you stream Breath of the Wild and all that.
Yeah, any RPG game I play, you would be there a lot. Oh. Oh!
Any weekend game.
What the hell is that?
What?
How do you zoom in?
You can't unless you have a spyglass.
Oh. There's like
Yo,
more resources or something. I don't know.
who
Hey,
joined?
that's Chi. Let's go.
How did you know?
It's the same username for Fall Guys.
Oh.
And I know everything.
Oh.
Except some stuff.
What's 27 times 13?
A number. You just got owned. Wait, where's the red mushrooms? Can't zoom without Optifine? I have Optifine, so tell me what button is to zoom. Yeah, that's right. I'm not a noob.
You have Optifine on Bedrock?
Oh, maybe not.
Let me see. Let me see.
No, it's on Java. That's a good
We
point.
have a thingy where you could do that.
Whatever.
What's it called?
There's no
Make a
animals.
spyglass, but
Bro, there's no animals. Where's my dog?
Oh, Sag.
She is like, I'm
what'd you
done
do
with
to the
us.
dog?
Nothing. I think I might have. I don't think I. No, I just left the server and then I came back.
Did you make it
He
sick?
realized that the server isn't that cool and left.
True.
Not enough Jews.
Ooh, Sam put a song request. Let's go, baby. Sam doesn't like music much, so it's nice to see a song request from Sam. How do I make should I kill a fox?
Fox will not give you anything, but go ahead if you want to be a meanie.
I kind of do,
Yeah.
but not right now. I'm still level 1. Sag.
I love music. Yeah, Sam loves music. He goes to music festivals all the time.
Then did you troll me? I remember you told me once that you don't like music much.
He fucking trolled you. He was at a music festival like 2 weeks ago.
Bro, I'm gonna look at your logs. I know for a fact you told me you didn't like music. Ugh.
Screenshot them and like post them on the Discord.
I shall. I just don't like sharing my music. Oh. No, I think you said you hated music. Maybe you said that because you didn't want to share it. Nah, share it. Who cares? As long as it's
Yeah,
not too
share.
much rap.
Yeah, fuck rap.
No, you like
Who
rap.
cares? Gives a reason to care. This
Not
guy.
anymore. I
That's
changed my
true.
opinion because of you.
Really?
No,
Oh.
you wish.
Oh, I found someone's cave. I found someone's cave. I see all the lights. Someone lit it up.
Wait. I want to see where you're at.
He's
I love this
near
song.
spawn, so actually he's a bit off spawn.
I freaking love this song. There are no animals, bro. How am I supposed to eat?
Find an animal.
Oh, I found an animal. That timing was
Okay.
amazing.
Oh, I was there. I'm backed up on stream, aren't I?
I don't
But I
know.
was there with Big Meat.
Wait, you were there like
Yeah.
recently?
This is near a certain place that you might find.
Mushroom stew I can't make because I only have the regular mushrooms. I can't find the red. I was looking for red mushrooms too, but I couldn't find any. I love this song. I like everything, but mostly try and
Alright.
find chill music to request. All right,
I'm gonna watch you on the computer.
all right. Redbone is Pog.
Beep, 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 beep.
Nice. I also don't know much music. Well, you learned from the Diego left stream. Oh, you requested the song. Don't kill the foxes. I'll kill them later. I didn't pass a sheep. I killed it. Didn't I? Oh, was there another sheep? Oh, I shouldn't jump, right? That takes away the stuff. Should
It does, but only if you're poor.
Yeah, I am.
Mhm.
Bro, you guys stole all the animals. There's literally nothing here. They respawn, right? But
They do. They,
Oh!
I mean, it's probably because there's so many people in the server, but they should respawn fairly quick.
oh, I should build the crafting. Love. Come and
Where's
get
the
Wait, I need a crafting table and a furnace for animal food. That's annoying. Well, no,
What do
I
you
just
need
need
a
a
crafting table
furnace. Well, to make the furnace.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm so
That's how you get
lost,
to it.
man. True.
Oh.
Oh, animal. Bye, Shep. Let's go.
I still have, yes, I do.
Oh, animals. Yo, let's go. Oh, I can't have pig. Nah, I'm just gonna have it. Just don't tell my mom and dad.
Very nice hobbit hole. Oh, you found Ping's house.
You found my house? Oh.
Like yours with all the furnaces,
Oh.
I assume, is what they're referring to.
Gotcha. This makes me miss Surreal Craft. I know, right? Bro, if you guys came back to streaming or just like anything clear, I 100% would play with you guys again. And we have
Wait,
more
what?
people.
Oh, you
Surreal
found
Craft?
Big Meat's house. Ah, I see now.
Not at all. I know, I'm getting memories of Surreal Craft from this. For those wondering, you could check out the only video on YouTube about it from my point of view, and then you could check out everyone else's.
Does it have a nether portal in like Dark Oak?
Lux
Gee.
made a couple of them. Alright, I'm gonna be smart. I'm gonna go up on a tree this time, so I don't die. I missed the podcast most. Yeah, we had cool conversation. Listen, we could start it back up. Oh, there it is. You guys can't hear
No.
the song, but we could start the podcast back
Oh,
up.
okay.
I would be down.
No, we're gonna start the modcast where we interview. Hey, Jimmy, if you're still here, if you want to be interviewed, we're interviewing mods from other channels. I know you're triple G's, so
Alright, I do
if
this.
you're interested.
I have food! I have food!
Big Meat,
The-
Big Meat's my
yeah.
cousin.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Clear, if you want to join the yeah, look at you, you stupid zombie. You can't reach me. If you want to join the call, you're more than welcome to. You could just join a different Discord, a different voice channel in the Discord, and I'll drag you in, and I'll give you the role. I'm proud, Pink. Thank you. I only died a couple of times. Your Minecraft
Just
install
in
is
case.
brokey. Aw. Why so much brokey for Sam today? Fall Guys, Minecraft. Clear should be in the thing already, but maybe he's not. Ooh. Let's go. We have food, baby! Now we can go mine. And I forgot I still have light. I think I only died once or twice, right? Everything hates me, but we don't hate you. Aww. What is this song? Is this the song that you put? I like this song. What am I doing? Resume.
Wait,
Resume.
Jimmy went live at fucking 10 p.m. Wow.
Wait, Jimmy's live?
He just went live. I didn't think he was gonna stream today.
Yeah, that's pretty surprising. It usually doesn't go on this side. You're in voice chat? You want to be dragged in? I got you. You are now dragged in. I would be willing to drag in most people in our community. If people want to talk. Wait, can spiders?
Except other Jews.
Yeah. Well, because he's not talking anymore, so, you know. I'm just joking. The song before was mine. Oh, the song before was also good. But this one I'm like listening more actively to because I'm just waiting for food in the game. I love Red Rum Club. What the hell just hit? What the hell's hitting me? Why did it do so much damage? No, 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 no. Eat! Wait, I don't need to eat. Heal! Oh, no, and there's a creeper. How long does it take for it to go? To go. Why does it take so long to heal? Because it's hard mode?
No, because you're probably hungry.
No, I'm not. I have full.
Then I don't know. Do something about it.
Healing works based on saturation? What does that even mean?
It means like the better the food, the more.
Oh. Wait, really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna die. You're walking, just run. If I run, I need to eat more often, no? And I forgot about running, I'm not gonna lie. Discord crashed you? Oh, damn.
Honestly, don't run. You don't have a lot of food. You'll run out of food faster.
That's what I'm saying. Best British band? It does sound nice. Probs yeah, it was a skeleton. Glad you like it, Ping. I did like it. Send it to me on Discord so I could add it on Spotify. If that's okay. When you run out of saturation, you'll stop healing and your hunger bar will go down. Oh. Yeah. Ah! I was reading chat and I almost ran into mobs. I need a bed. I need to be good at this game.
Damn, I haven't found a single diamond yet.
Should I go back up on the tree? And just wait. Oh, there's a creeper! Oh, the skeleton, bro. I don't. Like, they do so much!
And go look for Ping.
They do. I'm about to die. I'm legit about to die. Zigzag, zigzag.
Dude, you're literally above me.
Why are there creepers everywhere, bro?
Bro, how are you literally above me? That's crazy. I'm at like a negative 100.
Oh, you're near the water then. Well, are they gonna come this way? It's too far, right? They're not gonna come this way. I'll see you around hard mode. If I miss a message, let me know, guys. Alright, this is pretty safe. It takes them a while to get here. And I could just run away. Run, run, run. Why? Bro, creepers are so dumb. Oh, I need a cat. What happened to my doggo, too? Bro, how long is it gonna... And it's raining, so when the sun won't come out, right?
I mean, it will, but stuff won't burn.
Mobs will still be chilling, right? But they won't spawn, or...
They won't spawn, but yeah.
Gotcha.
Aww. So you can just walk away from them.
Where am I going? Oh, I'm on top of the trees. Bro, it's lightning, bro. I'm scared. Alright, we're good. We're good. Unless we get skeleton attacked again.
Don't go to negative 100, 500.
Bro. Okay. You're making me want to go there. Oh! Okay, I'm literally on top of the world. Red mushroom. Wait, if I hit... No, I fell. If I hit the red mushroom, I could take all of it?
No, what the fuck?
No, I mean, like, I get a lot of
That's
red
a big
mushrooms from
one.
it.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, let's go. I'm gonna take the risk, even though there's probably mobs that can kill me. I could just build to it. You just passed one of the big... Yeah, I see it. You can. Oh, okay. Yeah, stupid ass... Whoa! Why is he climbing? It's... oh, because he's a spider, but... Jesus Christ. If I'm too loud, I apologize.
You're fine.
Why would have fell through? Oh, no, wait, that's fine. Spiders can climb. All right, when you say it, I sound stupid, but good point. Good point. Hello, Just Chell? Just Chell?
Is it Shell? Like Michelle?
Are you Michelle? Did you change your username? Because I don't recognize you. I apologize if you didn't. You knew me? I'm gonna look at your mods in a second. Mods, your logs. As Sarah Ray. Oh, okay, okay. What's up? No. Ow! When people change their name, how do they get there? When people change their names, I forget. Bro, are you serious?
Big fan.
BRB? Alright, she. Bars. What am I supposed to do? I'm gonna get stuck. That's what she said. Wait, I shouldn't swim. Is it morning? It looks like it's morning. Zombie villager. Oh no! Oh, there's mushrooms here. Yes, I can make stew. That's better than killing animals with the furnace and all this shit. Stop! Stop!
That's what they want you to think.
For now, title of your sex tape. Oh, how you doing, Sarah Ray, or should I say Just Chell? How is the life going?
How's the new name?
How's the new name? Wait, what is it called? Like, yeah, never mind. Ah! It's the baby one, bro. The baby one. Die, you I have 1 health! I'm not dying. How much life? No, you stupid!
No!
I have to start all over.
Or
No, don't teleport
hear me out.
me. Does anyone remember my chords? It was close. It must have been close. It was near the water. I'll just go to the water.
You were like 100, negative 400 last time I checked.
Yeah, you were like around there.
That was a
Negative
while ago.
100. 400.
No, stop,
positive,
stop,
negative.
stop. You're too much of a troll. I'm not listening to you, Dino.
I was literally just repeating what Doctor's saying.
No, you changed it. You said negative.
Yeah, you said it wrong.
I would have gone the other direction. But
Alright.
thank you anyway. 100 and what? What was I? Do you look at Y or Z? You look at you look
X and
Z. X
It's the
and Z,
first
yeah,
number and
X
the last
Z.
number.
X and Z,
200,
X and
negative
Z.
400.
200 negative 400?
Yeah.
No way. Really?
Last time I looked, yeah.
200 negative 100, you said? 200 negative 100.
Yeah.
You got
No, negative 400.
Negative 400?
Yeah.
That's not that far. Chill.
Seems far to me. Bro, how many times do I have to punch a cow in the face for it to die? How can it be?
Yo, Sam's in here.
Hey,
Yo.
Sam! What's up?
Poggies?
Minecraft got
Poggy
fixed.
Woggies?
Wait, you said 100 negative 400. Right? Something like 200
It's
negative 400?
200, negative 400, probably.
Okay, 200 negative 400. What are these ads?
Like-
I don't know. I'm sorry. It's Twitch, bro. I don't. Tell
I
them.
saw a wild ad earlier, but I don't remember what it was.
Huh? Aw, you don't have to do that. That's so sweet.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Just Shell. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
That's the first. Gifts up? Oh. Thank you,
Oh, dude,
bro.
I love Minecraft in some ways.
Clear.
Also, Poggy.
Clear, thank you for the gift sub. Damn, wait, let me play the song. Wait, I have to get my stuff first before playing the song, because it despawns after a while, right?
If you're near it.
Yeah, but only if the chunks are loaded.
So if you
Gotcha.
log out.
Ha! You died by a creeper. What a noob.
Ooh. Wow, that's fucked up.
Sorry. Wait, can you say in chat? Can you tell them I'm sorry? It's Twitch giving ads. I don't want you guys to have long ads. Can someone say that, please?
Well, then don't they not have ads anymore because they just got gifted us up?
Yeah, but Diego has ads.
Oh, Diego does? Okay, my bad.
It's Twitch doing the ads. Thank you. Okay. Diego said it. Oh, I went to 300. I got so distracted. It's 200, right? 200-ish? Not Pink's fault. Thank you. I'm used to Java. Is there that big of a difference that you would die by a creeper in this and not in Java? That seems like...
Damage is one of the things that's a bit different, but...
What
I'm
is?
so
I
lost.
think they're probably more referring to controls or something else. But yeah, you will get one shot here even with full iron armor.
Oh, I see. Okay, so 200. And what was it? Negative
400?
Oh, that's so far. I tamed a nice horsey next to your house, do you know? Oh, nice. I like Java. I like Java too. I mean, I don't know much of the differences. There's 2 cows. Let's go. Come die.
Awesome.
Come die.
I hope you treat it well.
I'm killing them all. Oh, the horses you're talking about?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna kill the other one. I'm not gonna get... Oh my...
I can't find my way out of this maze.
No. Oh! The song sounds nice. Please stay day.
Right.
Please stay day.
How did I get here?
Okay.
There must be a way out.
I'm close to my location that you guys were saying I was probably around. What happened to Stu instead of killing animals? Well, I'm trying to get back to my place and I saw animals, so I just wanted to kill them. It's in a pen right now. Oh, nice. Now destroy items. Oh, that's really good actually. Okay, my stuff should be around here. If it is, Doctor, you're a god. If it isn't, then
Give him editor.
He has editor.
I have editor.
If it isn't, you get unedited.
But
I don't see it. Where's my stuff?
I just said last time I checked, so that's on you for misinterpreting.
Guys, do you remember where I died? Should I just give up with everything I had? I know it wasn't much to pros. Oh, I should have asked someone to clip it. Yeah. All right, guys.
Should have, could have, didn't.
Guys,
it's okay. You can get new stuff. You weren't that far ahead.
I was for me. I was up the mountain. Oh. Bro, it's gonna get dark time again, and I'm gonna die again.
Whoa, I missed this diamond.
You guys are already getting down diamonds. I'm trying to just survive out here.
I got plenty.
Well, you've been playing for a while.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Red Rum Club. Actually, I like this band. They sound nice.
Doctor, I'm gonna go give you your diamonds, alright?
No F3.
Where are you?
There is no F3. That is true.
Oh, that's to see chords or something, right?
More than that, because we can see chords right there, but
yeah,
you can see like biome and
yeah, I remember
like
that. All right, where? I'm gonna die.
Dope.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm just gonna give up. I won't be here when they're here anymore. This is my favorite song. What's your favorite song? This song? Sounds nice. These are nice, chill songs.
Yeah, very chill vibes. I love it.
Yeah. Let me build the do I have enough? Oh,
How the fuck did I end up back here?
what is it called? A crafting table. Then I want to put this on the floor. No, there's a dog that's mad. They could kill you, right?
Yep.
It's probably mad at a sheep, not you.
It's mad at a fox. Oh, he won't touch me if I don't touch him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. They're playing Scotland again sometime? Oh, really? Well, I guess that makes sense because you said they were a British band. Greatest British band, right? Ballerina and Disappear are my favorite. Ooh, look at you guys vibing together. I want to play the song for Clear, for the gifted sub, but I want to...
It's kind of fucked up.
You're gonna 1x1 hole.
I'm gonna kill animals. I don't care. Especially pigs, bro. I can't eat them in real life.
Fuck them pigs.
I might as well eat them in fake life.
Fuck the pigs. Fuck 12.
Wait, can you do that? That's bestiality, though. That's illegal. I shouldn't do that on stream. Off stream, though. Yeah. Okay. I have a crafting table. I have balls. Oh, I'm already kind of caught up. Stew.
Oof.
Oh, I can make stew. Let's go.
Chi, if you want armor, go into the nether portal, and then you head towards to your left, and then go down the stairs.
Oh, wait, you keep the
in front of
bowl?
the nether portal, at the bottom of the stairs, of the V stairs, there should be chests with armor.
Wait, you keep the ball after you use the stew. That's actually so good. So I don't need to make more bowls.
Do you usually eat the bowl when you eat soup?
Yeah.
You fucking.
Do you not?
No comment.
Ooh, you don't want to let people know, do you? Alright, I'm gonna play the song. When do we get Lover 3? True.
I'm out. Chi, where are you?
During the subathon, Clear. Thank you for the gifted sub, Clear. I even went high pitch and almost killed my voice for that. I know it was short, but you know, I'm gonna die in the game.
Ping is pretty weird. I'd agree with you, Chi.
Ping has what?
Get it? Because like they say I get horrid ping, and you know your name's Ping, so.
True.
It's funny because you know it was like as if it was referring to you as Ping.
Oh, yeah, that's why I named myself Ping, so people could talk about Ping and think about me. I need to get the other mushroom tree. Beautiful. Thank you. Horrid Ping.
Okay.
Well, what a note. Right? That was so hard to do.
It's because I'm going to that one place you were at earlier, Chi. I'm gonna go head up the stairs.
Wait, do I have my... I have to make it again? Oh, because I didn't pick up my furnace. I need a... I'm gonna die. Can you guys go to sleep? I don't want to go another night with this shit, bro. Oh, there's an Enderman too. Yeah? Alright, I'm gonna leave. Oh.
All of us have to leave.
Or sleep,
you guys
right?
can just go to the nether if you're near a portal, but...
Yeah, oh yeah. Go into the nether or...
Is that okay, guys?
leave.
I apologize.
That's all fine. I like it better when, like, it's easier. Just like spawn it today, you know?
Yeah, it is day.
Nice. Damn.
It's fine. I don't really care. As long as everyone's willing to leave. It gets really hard to sleep when there's a lot of people on anyway.
Makes sense. Thank you. Oh, it's morning. That was a good sleep. I need to find the sexy spider. Oh, spiders don't attack you in the morning,
spider?
right? Sexy spider, that would be hot. No, I need to find the red mushrooms. I want to make more stew. Stew is good. Stew is pretty good.
It actually is. If you can find the mushrooms, well, it's pretty cheap.
Yeah. I don't.
There's a lot of brown ones there. You just gotta make it to the dark oak biome. Get the red
Whoa.
ones.
What is this?
Yeah. There's a lot
What
of
did you
brown
find
ones.
it now?
Naruto
Dude,
Shippuden
they-
opening.
What?
Oh, interesting.
I found this crazy ass contraption. Holy crap.
Did you go through my portal?
No, I'm at I'm at Big Beats. And this is
Oh,
this
Big
shit's
Meat.
crazy.
Oh, yeah.
This is insane.
Did you guys make crosses?
Crosses?
Or is that part
What
of
do
the
you mean?
map? Never mind.
Like
Holy
mossy
crap.
cobblestone ones?
Yeah.
No, that's part of the game.
Well, but they don't have any Jewish whatever. They don't attack you in light levels 7 and above. Cool. All right, I need to find them stupid mushrooms.
Dude, they've mined the shit out of this place.
I want to see their contraption.
I want to
It's
see
a
the red
XP farm.
mushrooms.
Ah,
Where are the mushrooms? Where I feel like this is my first time playing Minecraft again. I'm so lost.
look for dark oak biome.
I found
Might
Dark
also
Oak.
go-
Oh, it's
go
near
somewhere
Dark Oak
up.
usually?
Well, that's where you'll find the big mushrooms.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Them big mushrooms. Oh yeah. Okay, I found the darks.
It was probably the zombie that stole your chest plate.
Oh.
No, there's just no chest plates in the chest because I didn't stock them.
Oh, why did I jump? I have
No,
1.5 hearts. I want to mine. I want to be a miner. Not like that, but what is this? What was that? Oh, was that? Oh my god, bro! Turn this off. Put some American music. All right.
What
This-
kind of
I'm guessing Clear put this. Scotland Forever. It's the Scotland song.
Nope, it was Chi.
It was she, really? Oh, that's funny. Why would you do Scotland? You're Australian. Why'd you put Scotland?
Because of the band. The band. They're gonna be in Scotland.
Yeah, but
You know, where's this?
Clear is like, I didn't request it, but I love it. Oh, sorry for interrupting. This actually does
I'm
sound
trying to
pretty
find my way
fire.
out. First of all.
Where are your cords? I see
Wait.
your name tag.
Yeah.
I'm gonna die soon, so someone clip soon, so we could find the, or just look at
Maybe
my
I can
chords.
Oh, you're probably fine if you die.
What do you mean?
You're
What's the
very
way
close to spawn.
Oh, am I?
Oh, I see.
Where are the Where are the Oh! Oh my god! I made it back! I made it back home
Oh,
to my first
Home?
my first area. Yo. Oh no, I didn't. Wait, this is just a random crafting table.
What is this? This leads nowhere.
I
Oh wait, never mind.
I got so excited. My goals are beyond your understanding.
Doctor, are you here? I found my way out.
How can I make leather horse arm? What? Oh, because I have dye.
oh, I know what this is.
120,
It's a kelp
79,
farm.
156.
Look how much kelp they have.
Dude, this is rigged. These things are super. I don't know.
Bro, I can't.
Just look at this chest. Look at this chest right here.
I can't find the red
Damn.
chests.
Yeah, I don't use these. I don't like them, but they are fucking overpowered.
This hat will go off.
Was there anything down the path? Yes and no. There is. but
Depends.
it's hidden.
Bro,
Only
what am I doing?
the secret club can join. Just kidding. That you'll see what it is eventually if you keep playing. But
You gotta.
I'm
You gotta.
revamping the nether tunnel system.
I can't make a.
it. So no, come with me.
Bro, I'm about to
If you wanna,
die.
pay off your debt
Oh yeah. Where are you?
through the portal.
I'm being smart,
okay.
guys. I'm being smart. For once in my life. It takes 8 to make a
Watch
furnace.
you ambush me and just take all my diamonds.
Guys, does it take?
I wouldn't do that.
You could do exclamation point song to see who put the song.
Fuck you.
Wait, what just happened?
Monkey do bad. Monkey do
Wait,
very
why do
bad.
I do bad? Can I not use this for? I can't use this.
I'll show you what I'm working on.
Well, I
I'll
can't
show
use
you
this
the
for a
other thing off stream,
furnace.
but
Damn, that took a lot of hits. Where's Chi? I thought Chi would be down here.
I saw somewhere around here, but
You can't, bro. Why is it mossy? Can I take off the moss?
no. How you followed the path.
Why is it all
Oh,
Oh
no.
shit, bro. That wolf just killed something.
I don't think the path goes anywhere, right?
Uh,
Oh, there's Chi.
Never mind
Kinda does.
down, right?
Bye, Chi. Have a good one. Oh, there you are.
Oh, you're mad smart. Thank you.
Hi, Chi.
yo.
All right, let's
Okay,
go.
well you can come with then.
Yeah. I don't. You gotta type it, or else she won't know.
Just wait for a delay.
All right, but you need 8, right? You need 8. I have 7. Imagine I went up right there. Oh my god.
What do you mean? Oh, why do I look like this? Oh, she stole my meat. Wait. Oh yeah, Ping hasn't seen me either.
I saw someone a little bit.
Vulnerable. Over here.
What is this song? Where's my fern? Ugh, I have to keep making stuff, bro. I'm so trash at this game.
Yo, here we go.
Let's go. Craft.
Let's go through the portal. Go.
I have no idea who just put that. I don't know what that was. All right, we're finally going places. And it's gonna turn dark. It's gonna
No,
be.
Where are we going?
Another highway I'm working. I'm showing the one I'm working on.
Okay. Let's go.
Oh.
Let's go.
Wait. I got my own.
Let's go, baby. I need more trees. Make stone tools.
Chewy. Oh, wait.
That's a good idea.
Oh shit.
Axe. I can't. Oh, I need wood.
Where are we going?
I need
That way or
wood.
this
I have no wood.
This just goes to 0-0.
Bro, I have no wood.
Alright.
How do I stop the... How do I exit the...
Terminal.
How do I exit the crafting thing?
Ooh.
Escape... Oh.
Whoa.
That was not working.
This is cool.
Yeah.
My book doesn't work though.
I had no wood, okay, Diego?
Mhm.
How am I still alive? Guys, look at this. Did you guys see? I have 1 heart. 1.5 hearts.
Where'd you guys go? Oh, there you are.
You guys don't care, huh? Okay. Aren't you guys proud of me? I survived somehow.
Yeah, I mean that's like the bare minimum, but
Yeah,
You got the biggie?
I couldn't find the
Wait,
stupid mushrooms. I want to do some
big one.
drugs.
Doo-doo.
That was a good song.
Should we kill it?
no, it's bacon the first.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, it's bacon the first.
kill anything that's
Oh,
bacon.
That's
it's
why
not
he's
kosher.
got diamond armor.
Yeah.
Oh, it is bacon. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Bacon the
Yeah.
first.
Bacon, I missed you. Jesus.
I don't know the lore there, guys.
Yeah, you had to be there.
I had to
Yeah.
be there.
If you watched the Modcast, you'd know, but
I did. Just not enough
yeah,
of
sure,
it.
good enough for you.
I killed bacon.
No, God
Oh.
killed bacon when the lightning struck. Actually.
All right, that's it. I'm a god now. I don't need anyone to sleep this time. I'm gonna be amazing.
Oh no, I don't want to hit bacon.
Just jump.
Just leave bacon there.
Isn't Blue Eyes faster? I don't think it is. It might be.
Blue Eyes White Dragon is pretty cool. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Dano, you wanna give me the diamonds?
Yes.
I'll put
Yes.
them
You
in.
can just leave the boat. No, not bacon.
What is this song? It sounds nice.
Bacon, get back in.
They got a new boat. They got a new boat. I don't want TP.
Bailando. That means dancing, right?
Bacon.
No, I have to make light sources again. Oh, this is so.
Don't
Oh
let
no,
Bacon go through the portal. No, shit.
I messed up.
Oh no, we gotta go get him back. Oh
I-
no.
I'm not gonna get lost this time, guys. I'm not gonna get lost.
No,
ba-
Bacon, please. Listen to me. Listen to reason.
The lyrics are fire.
Bacon, get in the portal. Wait, what if I hit it and like?
Don't hit it. That
Sound-
sword will fuck you up.
All right, there we go.
I'm gonna die here.
It would fuck me up. It's got
Yeah, there's
more
sharpness
OP
5 on
armor.
that sword.
Break the portal for now until
Oh
we get
shit,
in
we're
the
back
boat.
here. This is fucked.
Where
got-
are we?
You guys want to go to
We're back
sleep?
in the normal one. You can go to sleep if you have a bed.
Um,
I'm trying to put Bacon back through the portal.
okay. You just let it die. It's bacon. It's not even kosher.
You two go back through and then push him back through.
Okay, guys, I'm
Okay.
making moves. I'm making moves, baby.
I'm gonna break the
It's gonna
portal
take
so
a-
it goes back to the other one.
Unless something
bring it up.
spawns here right now. Okay, we're gonna do.
Okay, push him on
Okay.
Bacon.
Whew!
Come on.
Let's go. We're making
Sweet bacon.
moves. Okay.
No. Oh, okay, that's smart. She's so smart. She's like,
Cheers, 10,000 IQ.
oh,
Alright, I need to
10,000
make.
for real.
Back on the boat.
Um.
Or what?
Yeah,
Oh no no no
Yeah.
no
she put him in the boat.
no.
Yep. All right.
I need to make wood with the wood, right? And it makes wood.
What?
I mean, it makes like.
Alright.
Wait, didn't you guys say wood makes the charcoal? Or it has
Oh,
to be
it
like.
sent us to
Small
a different.
logs.
It sent us to a different one, not the.
Oh, a different one up here? Shit.
Wait, it has to be real wood.
Has to be a log.
Logs.
Right behind you, Chi.
I don't want to go back out there. I'm gonna die. Whatever.
They
She's
got a
so
big one
glitched.
portal.
I really hope I don't forget where I just came from. Alright, let's get this one. Let's get this one. Let's get this one. Ah! I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Take it back to spawn. I'm gonna break all the portals.
Okay, this is enough for now. Where's my spot?
All right, we're at spawn. We're at spawn, Chi.
Oh, I
That's
actually found it.
Chi, come back. Come back.
Actually
Chi.
found it. I actually found it.
Chi,
That one.
come back. We're here.
Let's go. Let's go. That was so scary. So this makes it, yeah? Wait, wood and wood? Wait, logs and what? Logs and
logs
what
and
makes
wood.
charcoal?
Logs and whatever you can cook it with.
What?
Now what?
Logs.
No, I
and
want to
logs.
make charcoal. Charcoal.
You gotta take the.
Oh,
bark out,
logs
Nikki.
make charcoal. Oh, I get it. I get it. I get it. Okay. Wait, can't I cook with a wooden pickaxe?
After
could
you,
if
Chi.
wanted to.
Just wood
Just
log
send
on
it
top.
through.
I'm so lost, bro.
Sorry, we're trying to.
Oh,
do a rescue
I get it. It's because I have the cooked pork chop in there. That's why. You see, I'm mad smart. You guys didn't even notice. But I'm a god. Sam said take out the steak. Sam noticed. Can I put saplings? I could put saplings.
Did I say yes in chat?
Okay, cool. We all noticed? Oh. Never mind. I'm reading chat now. I'm mad lost, bro. Let's go. Alright. Now, I can make a torch. Yo, I got 8 torches? Bro, that's like...
Oh yeah. Ping, shut the fuck up.
Bro, you shut up,
She
bro. I'm
can't hear us.
streaming. Wait, what happened? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Chi. I talk too much. I'm just getting excited, okay?
Oh, you're fine. We're just trying to rescue Bacon.
No, we're just joking.
No, you're not,
Okay,
bro.
great,
I'll-
great.
You
I'll
s-
start talking in chat.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
I
Oh,
felt so
shit, I
mean.
forgot
I'm
to
so
break this
sorry.
portal.
Like
I'm
I
so
did not
sorry.
mean it to be that mean.
You're fine, bro. I do talk a lot.
Where did Bacon go?
Where did Bacon go?
Maybe he
Probably
went to
over
the other
here.
one. No, I broke all the rest of the portals.
Guys, do you know if it's morning?
We're all in the Nether, so but it was
Okay.
night last time we were there.
Alright. Bro, this looks trippy. What the hell's going on? Oh, never mind. This is the run. Right? I think this is the run too.
Sub 20?
Sub 20, baby. Oh, we're gonna do that a lot in the subathon, I think. Super Mario speed running. I'm getting sub. Oh, no!
I hope you get sub.
I'm gonna
20.
die! The gravel! The gravel!
So hard for it.
Oh! I almost died to gravel. We are gonna get sub 20, 100%. It's not even a question. Oh.
Was Diego there for that? No, huh?
Very
Should
little.
have seen him, bro. He went from 3 hours to 1 hour to 30 minutes in like 2 days.
And then I got down to 20...
22?
21 minutes, I think.
Ooh.
Oh, I got oh yes, yes. I got charcoal from the. Oh no, that's flint. Never mind.
I put chain helmets in the chest.
Close one.
Where's
That was a
bacon?
close one. Yes, charcoal. Let's go. Bro, I'm so annoying. I'm sorry. Yes, coal, baby. Let's go. We need iron though. I don't want to make another stone pickaxe.
You should do that, Doctor. Gold.
I put the chain ones because I traded for them and they were very easy for me to get.
Sam was tired of your guys' shit and left.
Wow.
Bacon's gone. Where the fuck did it go?
You
You murdered my pig.
We'll find it.
Going to start a war.
Oh no.
Come on. Let's go. This is a lot of coal. Alright. Now, I'm a good miner, though. Look. Well, miner is just a terrible word. But I'm going to fill up all my holes. Say I'm a good person.
That was an interesting way of finishing that sentence.
Whatever, man. I'm going to use my moss here to do it, too. So it looks more stylish. It's 5:30. You just noticed? Fair enough. I gotta get up early. Alright, have a great one, Sam. Thanks for pooping in, bro. I appreciate it. And I hope you enjoyed. I love miners. I mean miners. Nice.
Yo, I was about to say, trying to get banned? Huh?
Never ban Clearbright. Are you kidding me?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Unless you say so.
Alright,
I
ban
would-
him.
Where are you, Doctor?
I'm looking for.
Done.
Good night.
bacon.
Mwah.
But where
Good
are
night, bro.
you?
I even
I'm
I even
at,
did
like,
the
Prime
thing.
10 portal.
Hmm.
Yeah, next time join
We gotta
call.
find bacon.
I already checked
Should we-
0-0. Bacon's gone.
Should we message everyone and like search for bacon?
I'm
through
not
the tunnels?
searching. I don't care about bacon.
I already went
He's
to.
gotta be
spawn.
near. There's
Not there.
nothing over there. Let's go this way.
What do you
Okay.
mean I don't need you? Because this will be a great
Oh.
stream. So if
Oh
it's
my
not a good
torch.
stream, I need you. This is the only time I need you. Nah, bro. You're chill, bro. Clear loves cupcakes. Nice. Now I'm hungry. God damn it. I need you, bro. It's more fun when you're here. When I can't say that for everyone. But I mean most people. It's more fun when you guys are here. For most of you guys. How did I screw this up so bad? But
where's
sleep
this?
is important though. Have a great night.
There's no piggy over here.
Have we looped? They're looking for a pig, and look at me. I'm advancing in the world. Who would you guys rather be? That's what I thought.
I think the pig's more important.
Fair.
I think the pig was murdered.
I wish I murdered that pig.
No
pig.
way. We gotta make a new
Ugh.
bacon, or else PK's gonna kill us.
Just make a new one. No one will notice. That's what they did when they killed my cow, my lover.
PK's
But
gonna
I
kill you? No,
noticed.
I'm gonna kill you.
Me? No, you can't find me. I'm gonna go with bacon wherever he is.
Yes, where's the iron, bro? It has enchanted diamond gear. Wait, what the hell? Why would you guys give a pink what?
Because it was bacon. Of course I gave
You
it.
found it?
It's bacon. Oh my god. That was a you know that's in my intro? I have an intro every time I start stream. And that's in my intro. Wait, let me show you guys. For those that don't know my intro. This is my intro.
It's not working.
Stepsister.
Let's go, baby. Bomb arrows to
Breath
the
of the
rescue.
Wild.
Ah.
Among Us.
No way. Ah.
Mario Kart with my red hair.
Oh, that assist.
Rocket
baby.
League.
No.
Ratchet
Yeah, I
and
don't know what
Clank.
bacon is.
There it is. There it is, bro. Bro, that scarred me, bro. That moment scarred me. Oh my god, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. In that moment, I was like, what's the point of playing this game anymore? Ah, wait. Moongus. Good times, good
Oh,
times.
Maybe
check
he
the bottom
appeared
of
at
the
one of the
ocean.
houses.
No, I've checked everywhere else. Check the like bottom of the water under spawn. Maybe it just
Cooked
walked off.
steak, true. Why is the next song not playing? What's going on? Have a great night and nice to see you back.
There's nothing here.
I'll just start calling you Shelly from now on. Thanks for popping in. It's nice seeing ya. It was nice seeing ya. Bye bye. PewDiePie's first playthrough was mostly him messing with animals, really?
It could drown, but we would see the gear.
This guy's looking for a pig with diamond gear. Like, why would you put diamond gear on a haram, like a non-kosher animal? Like, how messed up is that?
Well, that's so no one kills it. In a
I would
way
kill
that
it.
isn't kosher.
I would kill it just because it's a pig. You guys are lucky I just came in now. Ugh, I would kill it for the content and just because I would want to kill it.
Dude, BK would be so pissed.
I would do
BK
it in
doesn't
Yo,
even
we-
know about it. I was gonna show it to BK later, but now it's dead.
I would do it in front of her face.
Okay, cool, cool.
Oh, I can
Good
make
to
a
know.
furnace. Oh, of course I can.
I have no idea where this portal took us.
There's nothing I could do yet. How are there no iron? Did you guys like take everything? Did you guys mine everything in this game?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Dano went into a creative world and just found all the ores.
Is that true?
And then took them all.
Yep.
What?
Not completely false, but
Why
it's
would you
not
do
true.
that? That makes it so boring.
No, he
Whoa.
didn't actually.
Oh, he didn't do that? Oh, okay.
Oh.
What is it called? It's mining.
Bacon!
What do you do with the mining?
That's what I would say if I found bacon.
Good one. What's the mining thing called?
What mining thing?
I forgot the name.
Paste?
No, like what's the name of a like what do you call it? The thing you mine with?
Pickaxe?
Pickaxe, thank you. Well, how could I not make it? Oh, I was in the furnace. Wait, what?
Fucking.
Wait, I can't make
What?
it. Why can't I make
You
a pickaxe?
Get sticks.
I
and,
have
like 3
sticks.
cobblestone.
I have cobblestone.
Delete it.
What?
Maybe scroll up. Go to tools.
I
Press
thought
L1 to.
I thought question mark was everything.
It was. Whoa, who hit me?
Oh, I'm pressing E instead of right click. That's why. I was so stupid. Okay, never mind. Okay. I like mining because it feels like progression, you know? Sad. You guys still can't find it? Oh! Oh! Oh, it's a spider. Oh, he's just staring at me. I found a mine. He's just staring at me. Stop. I don't like that, bro. Ah! 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 Why is it coming up to
Maybe
me?
it's at BK's house.
Bro. Jesus. No, I'm not doing this shit, bro. I'm not doing this shit. Nah, 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 nah. We're going this way. This way. We're going this way. Jesus Christ, bro. Lush Cave? Is a lush
Whoa, that
guys
cast.
guys, is a lush cave rare?
They're not super
No.
common, but I wouldn't call it rare.
Is there anything good there?
I guess some stuff. It's pretty
Aesthetically,
cool.
yes, but it's not any better than a normal cave in resources.
Okay. Well, I'm scared, so I'm gonna go there later. Yeah, I spam hit it. Damn, there's a big delay here. Excuse me. So negative 56 is best for diamonds now? Or what was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Negative 56. How do you remember that? Oh, it's such a weird number. How about for iron? It's just
I don't
normal.
know.
Oh.
No, they changed like the distribution, so it's probably some weird number. I don't
Yes.
actually know what it is though.
I still haven't gotten any seen any iron. Wait, I can't even get a diamond with the stone pickaxe, right? I love this song.
Where are you two?
Bro, this game scared the shit out of me like 10 times
Oh, we're at
already.
my place.
Ah.
I can't wait till I meet you guys. Oh, I found blue. Blue is good for the crafting, the table for the stuff, right? I remember that.
Lapis, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Lapis. Wait, is it not?
No, you do need it, but
But not that
only
much of
boomers
it,
use
right?
No, it's just only boomers use enchantment tables. That's okay though.
Aren't enchantment tables really good? What, they have new stuff now? Bro, I can't keep up with this stuff, bro. Yeah, how
No,
did...
it's fine.
Oh, okay. I found lapis before iron. Like Diego says. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Nothing
Depends
is...
on your elevation.
I'm at... Wait. Oh, yeah, I'm at 36. I was like, why am I going higher up? But I wasn't. What is that?
Dude, BK's place looks dope.
What is this? Clay? Did they always have clay?
Yeah. How do you think they made bricks?
Wait, did they actually always have clay? I don't remember ever seeing
Yeah.
this. Oh.
Yeah, there was.
It looks... Does it look different in Bedrock versus Java?
Nope. Same texture.
Alright, I'm just a noob then. I always
So many
found...
dogs. Only the front is done. Whole ass hole in the back.
Wait, what is
If it
clay
rains.
good for? Brick? You guys said? What else?
Yeah.
Nothing. Unlucky, I always find iron in a random cave. Yeah.
You can turn it. Well, you can make pots. You can turn it into terracotta, I think.
I can make statues probably, yeah? Terracotta or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, I have so much food. Wait, you don't need much food if you're just strip mining, huh?
No, you really don't.
That's crazy. It's like no food. Alright. I need to make another axe. I can't. I need sticks. I can't. I need wood. Oh, I didn't bring enough wood. I hope it's morning time now.
It in fact is.
Let's go. Hell yeah. I love this song so much.
Any luck finding bacon?
No.
Oh my god, that's such a good... You know what I'm gonna do, guys? Just so I don't forget where my mining thing is, I'm gonna make, like, a tower. A dirt tower. And everyone shall know where I am. Everyone shall know.
Are you at 6653 by chance?
No. But I was
Ah.
near there. I don't need no sword right now. Oh shit, you're right. I'm gonna die if I fall from here. Wait, that's... Oh no. Okay, I'll just put a torch here and fall on the tree. Oh, if I didn't read that comment right now, I would have... That would not have been good. Eat. Oh, I don't need to eat. Oh, it's gonna become dark. I need wood. I need wood. Thank you for writing that down, Diego. We gotta know, you know?
That's why he's mod.
Hell yeah. I can't wait till it says check out my latest YouTube video. I did a subathon for 1 day or something. I don't know. Get wood and go down. It's okay. I think the tower's high enough for now. Okay, I have enough wood, I think. Alright, let's go. Let's go back to our mine. Yes, yes! I'll never miss this. Oh, I'm so smart sometimes. Wait, what did I... Wait, what? Ah! Ah! Something just exploded! No, 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 bro! No, no, no. What is this timing? They couldn't give me an extra second? Yeah, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Wait, if I get out of the game, I won't die, right?
Yeah.
Even if I'm in the middle of nowhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
I found a nether portal. One of you guys made a nether portal. I found it.
Yep.
Alright, let me get out of the game. I blocked the entrance. I did, but I thought it would be easy to find. Let me know when it's daytime.
Someone stole the second bed I had in the house. Cheek, log out.
Yeah, I forgot which way the entrance was. That is true. Oh. Guys, am I annoying?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, it's morning.
Thank you. I am, right, Dino? Should I stop? Or is it okay?
It's okay.
Okay.
I forgive you.
Alright. Oh my god, I can't believe I found the portal. That's so cool. Yeah,
What portal did you find?
Another portal near like water.
But where?
Near water.
Oh.
Is it 0, 0?
0, 0. Yeah, it's 0, 0.
Oh, that's so cool. You guys made one on 0, 0. That's so clever. Where's my dirt tower? I already forgot where I was. You said 67, 150. It's good you wrote that down. I'm such a
Dude,
dumbass.
I know where you are. I'm gonna go kill you now.
Wait, friendly fire is on?
It's always on.
Are you friendly?
Yeah. Can you not
What
kill
up?
me, please? Can you please not?
Let's just go kill him repeatedly.
I'll never kill Bacon. If you kill Bacon,
Jimmy would do it.
If you kill
Sure,
me,
Jimmy.
I'll never play again on this server.
you kill
Should we
Bacon,
kill?
then good.
Gee, it's up to you.
Otherwise-
Should we kill him? Say yes or no.
It's up to who?
It's up to Chi.
My whole thing is ruined now. Why did it come? Oh, that's what she said. I thought lights keep mobs away, or it just doesn't let them spawn there. But does it not keep them away also?
To keep them away.
It does?
No.
Oh. You're like, no, you dumbass. How do you not know that? I'm sorry, okay? Jesus. Wait, what did she say? I didn't pay attention. What did she say?
That's what she said.
I'll give 25k. Chi, don't do it. I'll make you mod. I'm just joking. In the future, though, maybe, you know. Alright. It's not fair, though. You could just look at my screen and you'll know where I am.
Stream snipe.
Yeah.
I won't. How about that? I know where you are in general direction because of a portal comments.
No, you're gonna find it. I made it visible so that I don't forget where I am.
Look, I'll flip my screen. I won't look at it.
No, even then, like, oh my god.
Chi, do you still want to do it?
I
I'll
mean,
give you the points off stream.
it's good content, but like, please don't. How do I make a bed? I need wool and planks. Oh, I don't have enough wool. I need a bed. I definitely need a bed. Especially if he kills me. I don't want to run all the way back here. Yeah, but I'm level 5. Don't kill me. You know how long it took me to get to level 5? You don't really need a bed right now? Alright, well, I want a bed. What the hell? Why did I make this so weird? Alright, there we go.
Why is cheese name so long?
Oh, what? Why is there two? Oh,
I don't care.
you don't care? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, beds are important, right? What's up, Rasquila? Yo, Clear was here earlier. He still might be. That's crazy, bro. The old gang is getting back together. Or not. Where is the Shep? Just press tab.
I'm on PS5. I'm on PS5.
We are on Bug Rock. Because apparently some people can't play Java or something. This is DNL's server. One of my mods, for those that don't know.
The best mod. Only second to Diego.
True. Not the best editor, though. I was joking. What was I looking for again? Does anyone remember?
Will to live.
Yeah, I'm always looking for. Oh yeah, bed. Shep. I'm looking for Shep. Oh, Diego, can you tell me my coordinates? The coordinates of the place again? Because I already forgot. DNL, you're the best in my eyes. Aw, that's dumb. Sorry, Bedrock is awful. Yeah, that's what I've heard. But I'm a Minecraft noob, as you know, so it's fine. You can just sleep for now and let others sleep. Yeah, but
Alright. I'm just gonna write your name quickly. Stand still for a second. Oh.
What? What? Are you you're not? Oh, you're talking to the animal.
Nobody's being suspicious.
Oh, you're replacing it? I'm gonna tell BK. I won't tell BK if you give me a diamond armor.
Oh yeah, doctor can see. I
But they
forgot.
don't care.
Won't tell BK what?
That you killed you lost bacon.
That
That you guys
Well,
lost
what do you think-
bacon.
What do you think that would accomplish in your eyes
If I didn't tell her or if I did?
if you did?
It would be funny and good content.
What?
How
What-
so? BK
what-
doesn't know that
why
bacon's
is-
alive in the
alright.
first place.
Oh. So
I don't know how to write your name. The OP part doesn't
I thought
work
she
for some
did.
reason.
Never mind.
No.
Or maybe you're just tricking me right now. Whatever. I need to find Shep, bro. All I see are stupid ass dogs. 6750. Thank you. When did you start this Minecraft world? Today. Like an hour ago. I mean, it's DNL's, but they've been doing it for like a month. I don't know how long they've been playing on it, but
A week.
no way. It's only been a week.
Yeah, it's
Like
only
2
been a
weeks.
week.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay. I somehow got down.
Oh. I got you now.
You know, I don't know you, but you seem alright. Yeah, he's alright. He's more than alright. He's pretty alright.
What's that supposed to mean? That seems so.
I don't
You're
know.
alright.
I think he's just okay, to be honest.
I think I'm more than alright. I'm a little bit better than alright. Okay. Look at that.
You can think that, but it doesn't make you right. That was the thing.
True. Oh, long trees, big tree. Bro, I swear I have like ADHD in this game. I just left everything to look for a Shep. These are big trees, bro. You know what they say about big trees?
Big branches.
And big trunks, yeah. I found cows. Bye.
That's
What?
scary.
Stop,
Did you read the
stop.
message in the top left of your screen?
Oh, I didn't see a message. What happened?
Ah, you missed it.
I missed it. There's too much to pay attention to. Another hat? Oh, God. Oh, just put on the one I threw out on the floor before. Thank you. we're all the animals.
All right, let's go.
I
It
know,
didn't work
right?
again.
I'm trying to find the animals. Oh yes. Oh, that's a dog. Thought it was a sheep. I don't know. Wait, where was I? Oh, I was going this way. Foxes should give you something. It's dumb.
Ping.
Yo, don't kill me. What?
No. Oh.
She died?
Wait.
How'd you die? I found civilization! I found someone's house! I found someone's house. I don't have shears. Oh yeah, shears are important. Wait, I found a village. Oh, you guys probably looted this shit already.
Probably not.
You didn't!
Never seen that.
Oh, I found a compass and bread and paper. Oh my god, I'm rich.
Oh, I know where he is. I've been there. It's just.
Oh, you just left that shit. You're like, this is shit. I'm gonna leave it.
Well, I didn't loot it. I'm not that poor. Yeah.
Alright.
Alright.
Gee, I'm gonna write coordinates so you can.
How do I go down? Oh, that's how I go down. Surprise, I pay. This is such an interesting looking village. Or it's not really a village, but. They have a bed! They have a bed because it's. Wait, if I sleep. Oh, respawns. Oh, but if I break it, it doesn't. Okay, I have to go back to my area. Oh my god, I'm so good. Unless I die. There's only 2 houses, or is this the outskirts? Oh, this is the outskirts. This is the outskirts. I stole it. The fox is stealing it. Another bed! I'm ready for the Ender Dragon. I got beds, guys. They got logs. Yes. Trees. You guys want to sleep? The sun's going down.
Sure.
Let's go. I can sleep. Wait. Can't put my bed down. Oh, okay. Let's go ditch the fern. Nah, I'm keeping everything right now. I have no water. Oh. Yo, the only 2 of us are bro, go to sleep, bro. Come on, guys. If you run, I'll kill you. If you run, I'll kill you.
I know where you are.
Bro, can you just go to sleep? I'm gonna leave the server. Just go to sleep.
Alright, I'll leave the server.
Oh, okay.
Just this one time.
Go, someone else has to go. Dark. Gee. Ooh. I was a bit late for that, sorry. It worked. Let's go.
Cool. We would've...
Ooh. I'm gonna make it so pictures you guys send go to the Discord, so we have a bunch of pictures.
Holy crap!
Stream.
Look at this guy. Ooh.
But I don't have. I have to set that up. Literally useless, but all right. Are ferns useless? Why are ferns? All right, fine. It's gone. No, I just picked it up.
Oh yeah, I have a bunch of diamonds. I forgot. I should put them away.
Hey.
She's
Hey.
gonna steal them.
Pumpkins, let's go. Yeah, I didn't die. That was close.
Yeah.
I thought I might fall there. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't need Ender.
Oh, yes. Yes. I still don't have iron. It's so sad. I want to finish today with at least getting iron. Welcome back. We found a village, bro. Oh? Oh, I thought someone died and left their stuff there. But I guess mobs were just killing stuff. Alright. There's another house. Oh, I found XP. Diego, is this stressing you out as much as it is for me? I'm a noob, okay? Like, you guys... Ah! There's a stupid spider, bro. You guys know I'm a noob. What do you expect? Yes. I don't need that many beds, right? Should I just like keep one and that's it, or two? Are you following me? Why are you laughing? Yes, Shep. Wait, I don't need Shep anymore. I already have a bed. All I remember from Serial Crash is your cow that someone killed. Yeah. Make a sword already? Oh my god. Guys, I need iron. Alright, this is my new base. I keep changing my bases. I don't like that. You know? I don't want to be a mover. I want to be a settler. Whatever it's called. Worst porno ever. Nice. Follow Rusquila if you guys aren't already. Start strip. I was strip mining before, and I couldn't find any iron. I went so far below, but yeah. All right, I'm gonna strip. Gonna strip again. Iron, whatever. You guys say it differently. I don't care. Okay. To that. There we go. We have a new base. Oh no. Okay. Oh. Alright, guys. Alright, we got this. We got this. Go to the other mine, unless you want to settle here now. I don't know. I should go to the other mine, right? No, I'm settling here. We didn't find any iron. I don't want to go Irin, whatever. I don't want to go all the way down again. And we have so much stuff. I don't want to die at nighttime or whatever. Yeah, I don't want to use logs, because logs are... Well, I want to use logs. We'll get rid of the sunflower, because fuck sunflowers. Then we're gonna put... What? Isn't this how you make crafting table? Yo, I'm a beast. Okay. I'm gonna put that here. Level 16 is good for iron. I think it's different now because the update now or whatever.
16 is not good.
Yeah, you see. You don't know Resquila.
Where it starts to spawn. 16 was never good actually, but
who owns the server? Dinell does. 16 was never good, you said?
Yeah, that was just where it started spawning. It was always like 11 or 12.
Oh. Okay, I'm gonna make a furnace. We gotta get food again. That's so sad, bro. I feel like such a loser. I'm so bad at this game. All right. Sticks. We need sticks.
Nathan, we can't teach him. He has no backseating tab. We can't help him.
I'll get better with time. Remember in the beginning I was really trash and then I became less trash a little bit? That's it. It just takes time. Oh, I need to do this. I'm just gonna keep logs. Cause why not? Okay, we got this. You see, I'm a freaking god at this game. Look how good I am. Okay, I don't want the stupid sunflower seed, bro. Sword. You guys want me to get a sword so badly? I'll get a stone sword, okay? Oh yeah, I have a piss, which is gonna come in handy. I forgot about that. We don't need a sunflower seed. All right, let's do this, baby. 1 ad of 6. Aw, I'm sorry, bro. Piss. Hell yeah, baby. You know it. That was intentional. No, this is with the update. Level 16 is good. Diamonds were 11, 12. Unless you want to go to level 224. Bro, I don't know if you're trolling or not. I feel like you're trolling.
Yeah, with the update, it's negatives. Unless you're just pretending that negatives are positives. But
I don't know.
Either way, that's not accurate.
I'm just happy I got off of that mountain. Because now, it's going to be faster to mine down. Sorry about that, Diego. Dig straight down. Listen, I've watched enough PewDiePie to know that that's the one rule that you adhere to. Don't dig straight down, because lava, right? I know that much. Surprisingly. Yeah, that's the thing with Surreal Craft. Like, with a server, I would want to get some, like, drama, you know, going. Because that's fun.
Jimmy's always down for drama.
Where?
That's all
Oh,
he wants to
Iron!
do.
Iron! Where is he? Oh, wasn't he
No.
streaming?
Well, like when he's on.
Gotcha.
Yeah, do drama with
Lavas-
Jimmy, Liam, and Jared.
And
For
Liam.
sure. Oh, because all the
Okay.
streamers would want it more, right? That's yeah.
Yeah.
He said Liam.
I mean,
why does
they'll-
it
they'll
look
force it
different?
more.
It does look different. Was it from the update or because it's Bedrock? It definitely looks different.
Iron? Yeah.
You can dig straight
They
down.
changed it. That was a while ago, though.
Oh. Wait, you could. Are baked potatoes good?
No.
Yeah. They're not bad.
Oh, that's cooked. Why can't I make a better? It used to be just a block. It looks like that on the update. Gotcha. Yeah. Oh, I need ingots. That's right. How do I make ingots? I put the iron ores in the furnace, right? Where are the ores? They look different. I can't see them now. Oh, they're here.
Yeah, now you get the little chunks.
Yeah, I don't need no stupid dandelions. I don't need sugarcane right now. Whatever. How many? Is it 1-for-1? It is 1-for-1. Oh, that's actually
yes.
great.
But now you can actually fortune iron. You used to not be able to.
Oh, wow. I thought only diamond.
Yeah, so now you can fortune iron and gold.
Rasquilla said, I am not losing this argument, and linked a thing about Minecraft ore distribution. You guys are such nerds.
You're telling me that 16 is the best layer? But it only shows up at 16.
Make a chest. Oh, that's smart.
This article doesn't prove your point. This article shows the lower you go, the more diamonds there are.
Okay.
16 is the best for iron, however. If that's what you're looking for.
Bro, 16 is the best for iron?
Yes.
Why can't I make a chest?
Oh, did you? I was just listening to what Peng said. I thought you were talking about diamonds. My bad.
Yeah, he was talking about iron.
I was talking about diamonds the whole time.
Oh, how do I make a chest? So 16 is the best for it. Okay, gotta go. All right, see you, Diego. Thanks for popping in. Hopefully,
Bye, Diego.
I would have done more by the time you come back. Okay, I'm just gonna make all of this. What does that matter? All right, we're just gonna do that. Can I like burn items that I don't want? I know I can, but like, it's so annoying. It's okay though. I just made a chest because, oh, I need this for it to open, right? Reporting your mods. Good job. You need planks? Yeah, we got it. We got it.
Why? Block him. No mods lander. I mean, ban him.
Sorry, my mods are very sensitive. I'm probably gonna spank them later on for their behavior. Only Dino though. 吐息うせても今までしてくれたことは忘れにたいよ。Okay, what else should I put in here? Naughty naughty! Ellie, my love, so sweet. 笑ってもっと baby 無邪気に on my mind. What else do I need in here? I don't need that. I don't need that. Everything else I'm gonna get more of, so I might as well keep. Oh, 2 people are not sleeping, but I don't care. So let's see. My love. Yo, look at all this iron ore. Hell yeah, baby. All short people must not chat for 10 seconds. That means literally everyone in chat because you're mad tall. Let's go iron pickaxe. Let's go! Let's go! Are you guys proud of me? Took long enough, I know, but still.
How many people in chat believe that Nathan is 6'10"?
All of them. He is.
All of them?
You don't believe him?
Yeah.
Wow.
He,
Racism.
I think he's
Nathan,
at least
he's the
7'0".
new.
I think he's 7'0".
That's what I'm saying. 6'10". 6'1".
6'10" is a
Wow.
real height.
I need to see proof. Fair. What is this? I've never seen this before. Is this a new ore? It must be. What is this?
What is it? Copper?
Is it copper?
Raw copper. Was there always copper?
No, that was like 118.
How could they have
think.
taken so long to add copper? That's so stupid. What is
It's really
copper?
useless, so.
Oh.
You can make blocks out of it. You can make spyglass out of it.
It doesn't even give you XP. That's
And
poopy.
you get XP for smelting it, but yeah, it's not great.
Oh, I love this song. This
Oh
is from
yeah,
One
a
Piece.
lightning rod. That's probably its one decent use.
Gotcha. Rasquilla knows more. I'm gonna take his advice next time more. So Upper is somewhat useless. I feel like people love teaching people about Minecraft, which is fine. Who's Whisker?
Big Meat's friend, I think.
Gotcha.
Mhm. Him, Liam, and Big Meat and Jimmy are in Big Beef.
Having a war.
Are
They're
they
having a war.
actually?
Yeah.
During the subathon, we all went over the end of the Modcast one of the nights. We all went over to Big Meat's house, fully armored up, and then, stuff happened and a creeper exploded in their house.
Damn.
It wasn't actually our fault though. We looked back at the clip.
It was Liam's fault.
No, like it wasn't Liam's fault. It was their fault for leaving the door open.
You mean 11,000 viewers, or Squilla? You're missing the zeros. I feel like Minecraft doesn't get that many viewers, especially with me, because I'm just terrible.
Yeah.
All right, so I don't want Cooper then, right? Started watching a K-drama yesterday. Ooh, which one? I was trying to learn Korean, and I was watching a K-drama for a bit of time. I still have white wool in here. What am I looking for? I already forgot what I was trying to do. But I'm so lost. Oh yeah, torches. Oh, I always... Oh. How do I not have any coal? Oh, this is so annoying. Or if you're a master builder. Minecraft is more about the competitive stuff now. Or if you're a master builder. Yeah. It's not the best stream game. I'm not gonna play it that often. But I at least want to beat my own world. And no, if there's drama, I think it's fun and funny and stuff. Because I'm not
You
good
should
enough.
start drama with Liam. Just tell him like, why'd you unsub or unfollow?
Yeah, he unfollowed. he didn't respond to my message. I messaged him on Discord. I asked him when he's gonna start the subathon. He just ignored me. Trisket had to tell me. Yeah, I know.
He never ignores me.
Yeah, you see, he hates Jews, bro.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go get
I
more
always
wood.
message him. Whoa, this is bad. That's bad.
Wait, it's nighttime. Guys, can we go to sleep?
We found the deep dark or whatever it's called. Like actually.
I think you just search for drama, because drama makes better content and it's more fun and stuff. For sure, I search for it. For a game like Minecraft, for sure. I'm thinking about getting a new
you want
PC.
to come and try and fight?
Nice, Rasquilla. Very nice. I'm gonna be in a K-pop band for sure. I wanna feel that's for real.
Damn, I've been missing a lot of chat. Normally I'm reading.
That's okay. Oh shit. Oh, I have a sword now. I forgot.
Holy moly.
My
Dude, we
PC is
should get a
kind
moly.
of trash, and for some reason
Moly.
I don't play it. Oh, that sucks. Yo, I'm so powerful with the sword now.
Oh, man.
You guys are gonna get so mad at me for using a sword to cut wood. Or a pickaxe. I wanna feel that actually sucks, Rasquilla. Is that why you haven't been streaming as much? We aren't going to the end yet. I wanna feel. I need to get at least 1 diamond block. If I do, will you guys be proud of me?
Sure.
Thank you. Basically the only reason. Oh, wow. Oh, that sucks. That really sucks then. Well, I hope you get one soon enough. Soon. Diamond block or diamond ore? Oh, yeah, diamond ore. Sorry. I messed that one up. Okay, why did I get wood again? I don't need wood. I need... Oh, it's because it's in here. I'm actually so bad at this game. It's never real. Alright, we're gonna get some torches in here, baby. Let's go, torches! Hell yeah. Want or where? I where to get some. Or diamond ore, quick fortune 3. I actually know what that means. I'm so cool. Something I belong. So what is the best spot for diamonds again? Minus 50.
As low as possible.
Is that actually true?
Yeah, just as you go, each layer gets more and more common.
Okay. Minus 64.
Yo, what's the purple crystal called, Doctor? We found a bunch.
Is it called amethyst?
I think it is amethyst.
I know what
Can
that
you give me a
is.
few? I want another spyglass.
Can
What's
you
a
just get it with
spy?
the regular pickaxe? Or
Not
like
the
you need like a
no,
silk touch?
the blocks, yeah, but the crystals is what I care about.
Damn, Rasquilla knows everything about
Okay.
this. Oh,
We'll get some.
amethyst. I'm gonna put that there.
I feel like he plays this game a lot. Am I wrong?
Rasquilla?
Yeah.
I guess so.
I might be wrong.
Do you play this game a lot? It's the only game I'm moderately good at. Ah. Why, you're good at
Wait.
something else.
Ooh.
Who asked?
I think you do need silk touch.
Oh, I thought
For
that's what you were
the
gonna...
blocks?
Oh, for the blocks no. You just need the blocks?
No, I care about the crystals. I don't care about the blocks.
Guys,
Yeah, you need silk touch for the...
Are you sure? I don't need like the ones that place down. Like you get crystals.
why is there dirt so far behind? Under...
I
don't
can't
get
get
it.
the crystals. I can only get the blocks.
Or shards. They're called shards. Yeah. She has them, so I think you're wrong.
Oh, okay.
How did I find no iron yet?
And what is this?
What is what?
What is that?
There's these things here.
What is this block?
Are they not shards?
I think you get them from the same spot, but
Whatever.
they...
1 amethyst and 2 copper? That's what Rasquilla is saying.
Yeah, that'll get you a spyglass.
Halo Infinite Tactical Slayer mode is my jam. Hell yeah, baby. Not Halo Infinite. I would say Halo 1 or 2. But yeah.
I think it's this way.
What are these blocks? What is this?
Oh, deep stone?
Cobbles? Oh, is it deep stone?
Why you hit me?
Yeah, that's like the
Deep slate.
deep version of cobblestone. Or like the normal stone. It's harder to break.
Do I have no room?
Is it good for decoration? Like, what is it used for?
Yeah, it's good for decoration.
Oh, but it's pretty much just annoying for go digging because it's harder to break. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha, guys. Ooh,
I mean,
I found red stuff. That's to build
nice.
stuff, right?
Yeah, to do like contraptions and stuff.
But bedrock sucks for it or something.
It's not
Yeah, I
terrible.
realized that.
It works
You
a
hit
little
me.
different
I
in
joke.
some ways,
I'm bad.
but it's
Gotcha.
fine. You just need to know how to use it.
Gotcha. You probably won't use it much. Yeah, probably. Wait, why did I just do that? Bro, this is such fascinating content. All right.
Well, you do have 6,000 viewers.
Wow.
I mean, 6 million.
600,000.
I'd say
6
personally
million.
focus on. You know, the point of me just saying random number partially is because I don't want to know the real number, but when you guys say 6,000, I know it's 6.
Yeah, they're fake fans. They don't even know your wishes.
I'd say personally focus on survival. What do you mean? I'm trying to survive now. Then you can get into the advanced stuff like buildings. And, oh, that's what you mean. And then redstone.
Yeah, like rather than redstone. Redstone's really useful, but it's a little later game. I don't know if I'd consider it end game, but
I've done redstone in the past.
yeah.
But it's complex.
Yeah.
Like, you gotta know how to do it.
I'll show you some stuff I've made at some point.
Nice.
I'm a bit of a scientist myself.
Good meme, good meme. Redstone is logical. Well, maybe I'm not, so it's hard for me. Okay. Chi. I'm just joking. Oh, I'm at minus 21. And I still only found 1 iron. That's so stupid. I don't like the new update, or I don't like bedrock. I'm not sure yet. I've never gone this long mining and not found iron.
Yeah, that's the update.
Yeah, it's mostly the update.
Are you watching?
I would go caving. When you're looking for iron, go caving. Diamonds is when you want to strip mine.
Well, too late for that. Are you good with the redstone?
If you want to get coal, just go to the surface.
All right. Are you watching porn alone? No, I'm with the science team. Is that where it comes from? I don't even know. Mumbo jumbo. Wakaranai, bro.
Yeah, mumbo jumbo is good.
What is that?
You don't know what mumbo jumbo?
No.
Damn.
Can you?
He's a redstone guy.
Fake fan.
He's a what?
Redstone guy. He makes like fancy contraptions.
Oh. What fake fan? I'm not a fan.
Flying machine. He invented flying machines.
Imagine I find diamond, but I can't even mine it because I don't have iron.
Aren't you literally using an iron pickaxe right now?
Yeah.
No, mumbo jumbo is
But it's about to die and I have no more iron.
Hermitcraft.
Well, he's also in Hermitcraft, but
is he really? Is he in both now? He told me that he was. No, he didn't tell me. I remember he was.
Oh, are you referring to as opposed to the science thing or SciCraft?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't talking about SciCraft. I was talking about just doing redstone stuff.
I need another furnace.
Yeah, he's not in SciCraft. He's in Hermitcraft, and he does redstone.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Did I ask?
He could do it. He could definitely do it. Those guys are crazy.
Break the ice, break the ice, yeah.
They do some crazy stuff. Watch out! Above you! Gee! Oh yeah, the delay. No! Gee!
Wait, why did I make a furnace?
Behind you! There's a slime!
I don't know why I made that. And why did I make 2 of these? Okay. You just don't
Take
worry
it out.
about
Take
copyright.
it out.
No, in the VOD, music won't be in the VOD, so it doesn't matter. Mamba Jumbo and I were talking the
The
other
lava,
day.
the lava.
Well, you know some famous people, right? Rasquila.
Isn't he famous?
Yes.
Rasquila?
He is famous, yeah.
He's like
That was
Psycraft
not subtle at
streamer.
all.
He's a what? Ah! What the hell? Did you just do that, Doctor?
It was an accident.
Yeah, okay.
I was
Don't
trying to be
kill
subtle.
me. Don't kill me. Can you find me some iron?
I already did.
Oh. Where?
Oh, I didn't pick it up. I mined some on the way down here.
Wait, you actually found? Did I... Nether quart? No, you could have that. That's not mine.
No, I was just throwing that out of my inventory.
Jesus, bro.
There's some iron up here.
You're like a poor man. Alright, I'm coming up. How'd you find me? Oh, I just looked on stream.
Yeah.
Thank you. I can't even pick it up. My inventory is full.
Mine is too.
I don't need strength though, so it's okay. I'm gonna go back down. Alright, I think I'm gonna end soon.
Fair.
In 4 hours.
Yeah, you've been gone for a while.
Wait, this is deep slate iron. Is there a difference? Does it?
No, it's the same.
Okay. Alright.
I mean, it's different if you silk touch it, but.
Oh, gotcha. Alright, guys. Let's see who we could raid.
Your call, but both Jimmy and Cocoa Butter are live.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
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 Okay.
I say Cocoa Butt because I don't think you've ever rated her.
I'll make the decision. It's okay.
Yeah,
Let me
fine.
see.
Make yours. No, it's fine.
That's just my opinion. Like, you don't have to.
Yeah, anyone else for opinion then?
Oh, Legend of Zelda.
Oh,
Yeah, let's go to Coco, but I don't hate women. I despise them.
true. That's his sister.
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright, guys.
I'm
Thanks.
probably gonna get off.
For watching.
Yeah.
We can do this again some other time.
Thanks for watching, guys. Stay in for the raid so it looks cooler that we have more people or whatever. But thanks for the gift sub, Clear, if you're still here, and the sub. Jadep Jamari for the sub. Sam also, I think. I don't know. My mind is going crazy. We got a couple of subs today. That's the raid message if you are subbed, so copy that. Thank you everyone for popping in. Rasquila and everyone else. Chi playing Fall Guys. Dr. Dinell, obviously. Nathan, everyone. And yeah, we're going to raid Cocoa Butt, who's a really cool streamer. Really chill, but screams sometimes too. And right now she's playing Legend of Zelda. She plays Animal Crossing. She's on the server too, right?
Yes.
She's on the server, so follow her if you want. And when I say that, I mean you should follow her because she's pretty cool.
She's very cool.
She's playing Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past right now. Have a great night, guys. 5,000 views. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for some community games. I think we'll do tomorrow as well. So bye.
Bye.
Bye. Nice.
Is it over?
Nice.
Did they leave?
No.
Finally.
Thank God.
Oh, Gamer is there.